Chapter 20 of The Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by A.C. Benson. The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts. Some damning evidence. When Burnley left Lafarge on the pier at Boulogne, he felt as if he was losing a well-tried friend. Not only had the Frenchman, by his kindliness and cheerful companionship, made Burnley's stay in the French capital a pleasant one, but his skill and judgment had been a real asset in the inquiry. And how rapidly the inquiry had progressed! Never before could Burnley recall having obtained so much information on any case in so short a time. And though his work was by no means complete, he was yet within reasonable distance of the end. After an uneventful crossing, he reached Folkestone and immediately went to the police station. There he saw the men who had been on duty when the Pas de Calais had been berthed on the Sunday in question, but his inquiries were without result. No one resembling either Felix or Madame Boirac had been observed. He next tried the customs officials, the porters who had taken the luggage from the boat, and the staff at the pier station. No information was forthcoming. Means going to Glasgow, I suppose, he thought, and turning into the telegraph office on the platform, he sent a wire. Henry Gordon, 327 Angus Lane, Sauchiehall Street, Glasgow. Could you see me if I called at 10 tomorrow? Reply Burnley, Scotland Yard. Then he set off to walk to the town station to catch the next train for London. At New Scotland Yard he had an interview with his chief, to whom he recounted the results of the consultation in the Sûreté, and his movements during the past 2 days, explaining that he proposed to go on to Glasgow that night if Mr. Gordon could see him the next morning. Then he went home for an hour's rest. 10 o'clock saw him back at the yard, where a telegram from Mr. Gordon was awaiting him. Can see you tomorrow at the hour named. So far, so good, he thought, as he called a taxi and was driven to Euston, where he caught the 11:50 express for the north. He usually slept well in trains, and on this occasion he surpassed himself, only waking when the attendant came round half an hour before they were due in Glasgow. A bath and breakfast at the Central Hotel made him feel fresh and fit as he sallied forth to keep his appointment in Angus Lane, Sauchiehall Street. 10 o'clock was chiming from the city towers as he pushed open the office door of number 327, which bore the legend, Mr. Henry Gordon, Wholesale Tea Merchant. That gentleman was expecting him, and he was ushered into his private room without delay. "Good morning, sir," he began, as Mr. Gordon, a tall man with small, fair side whiskers and 2 very keen blue eyes, rose to meet him. "I am an inspector from Scotland Yard, and I have taken the liberty of making this appointment to ask your help in an inquiry in which I am engaged." Mr. Gordon bowed. "Well, sir, and what do you wish me to do?" "To answer a few questions, if you don't mind." "I shall be pleased if I am able." "Thank you. You were in Paris recently, I believe." "That is so." "And you stayed at the Hotel Continental?" "I did." "Can you tell me what day you left to return to England?" "Yes, it was Sunday the 28th of March." "You drove, if I am not mistaken, from the hotel to the Gare du Nord in the hotel bus?" "I did." "Now, Mr. Gordon, can you recollect what, if any other persons traveled with you in the bus?" The tea merchant did not immediately reply. "I did not specially observe, Mr. Inspector. I am not sure that I can tell you." "My information, sir, is that 3 gentlemen traveled by that bus. You were one, and the man I am interested in was another. I am told that he conversed with you, or made at least one remark as you were leaving the bus at the station. Does this bring the circumstance to your mind?" Mr. Gordon made a gesture of assent. "You are correct. I recall the matter now, and the men, too. One was small, stout, clean-shaven, and elderly, the other younger, with a black pointed beard, and rather foppishly dressed. They were both French, I took it, but the black-bearded man spoke English excellently. He was talkative, but the other hadn't much to say. Is it the bearded man you mean?" For answer, Burnley held out one of Felix's photographs. "Is that he?" Yes, that's the man, sure enough. I remember him perfectly now. Did he travel with you to London? He didn't travel with me, but he got to London all right, for I saw him twice again, once on the boat and once as I was leaving the station at Charing Cross. Here was definite evidence anyway. Burnley congratulated himself and felt glad he had not delayed making this visit. Did he travel alone? So far as I know, he certainly started alone from the hotel. And he didn't meet anyone en route that you saw? When I saw him on the boat, he was talking to a lady, but whether they were traveling together or merely chance acquaintances, I couldn't say. Was this lady with him in London? Not that I saw. He was talking to a man on the platform as I drove out. A tall young fellow, dark and rather good-looking. Would you know this young man again if you saw him? Yes, I think so. I got a good look at his face. I should be obliged if you would describe him more fully. He was about 5 feet 11 or 6 feet in height, rather thin and athletic-looking. He had a pale complexion, was clean-shaven except for a small black mustache, and was rather French-looking. He was dressed in some dark clothes, a brown overcoat, I fancy, but of that I'm not sure. I imagined he was meeting your friend, but I had really no definite reason to think so. Now, the lady, Mr. Gordon, can you describe her? No, I'm afraid I can't. She was sitting beside him, and I could not see her face. Can you tell how she was dressed? She wore a reddish-brown fur coat, sable, I fancy, though I'm not certain. And her hat? You didn't notice anything special about that? No, nothing. It hadn't, for example, a wide brim? A wide brim? Not that I noticed, but it may have had. Was it windy where they were sitting? Every place was windy that day. It was an abominable crossing. So that if it had had a wide brim, the lady would have had difficulty in keeping it on? Possibly, replied Mr. Gordon a trifle dryly, but you probably can form an opinion on that as well as I. Burnley smiled. We Scotland Yard people like to know everything, he said. And now, Mr. Gordon, I have to express my thanks for your courtesy and help. That's all right. Would it be indiscreet to ask the reason of these queries? Not at all, sir, but I fear I am not at liberty to give you much information. The man with the pointed beard is suspected of having decoyed a French lady over to England and murdered her. But you will understand it is so far only a matter of suspicion. Well, I should be interested to hear how it turns out. I am afraid you will hear, sir. If this man is tried, I expect your evidence will be required. Then for both our sakes, I hope your case will not go on. Good day, Mr. Burnley. Glad to have met you. There being nothing to keep him in Glasgow, the inspector returned to the Central and took the midday London express. As it thundered southwards across the smiling country, he thought over the interview he had just had. He could not help marveling again at the luck that had pursued his efforts ever since the inquiry began. Nearly everyone he had interviewed had known at least something, if not always exactly what he wanted. He thought how many thousands of persons crossed the Channel each week whose journey it would be absolutely impossible to trace. And here, in the one instance that mattered, he had found a man who had been able to give him the very information he needed. Had Felix not gone in the bus, had Mr. Gordon not been so observant, had the circumstances not fallen out precisely as they did, he might never have ascertained the knowledge of Felix's movements that day. And the same applied all through. Truly, if he did not get a complete case, it would be his own fault. And yet the evidence was unsatisfactory. It was never conclusive. It had a kind of thus far and no farther quality which always pointed to a certain thing, but stopped short of certainty. Here there was a strong presumption that Madame Bourrac had crossed with Felix, but no proof. It might, however unlikely, have been someone else. Nearly all the evidence he had got was circumstantial, and he wanted certainty. His mind switched over to the case itself. He felt the probability of Felix's guilt had been somewhat strengthened. Mr. Gordon's statement was entirely consistent with that hypothesis. One would naturally expect the journey to be carried out just as it had been. In Paris, the lovers would be careful not to be seen together. At a station like the Gare du Nord, where acquaintances of both might easily be present, they would doubtless ignore each other's existence. On the boat, they would probably risk a conversation, particularly as the deck was almost deserted owing to the weather. But in London, especially if Felix expected someone to meet him, they would follow their Paris plan and leave the station separately. Yes, it certainly worked in. The inspector lit one of his strong cigars and gazed with unseeing eyes at the flying landscape as he continued his ruminations. On arrival in London, what would be their next step? Felix, he expected, would shake off his friend, meet Madame at some prearranged spot, and in all probability take her to St. Malo. Then, when he recalled that the housekeeper had been granted a holiday and they would doubtless arrive to find a house without food or fire, empty and cheerless, therefore would they not go to a hotel? He thought it likely, and he began to plan a possible future step, a visit to all the probable hotels. But while speculating on the best to begin with, it occurred to him that if Felix had really committed the murder, it must, almost certainly, have been done at St. Malo. He could not conceive it possible at a hotel. Therefore, probably they did go to the villa after all. He went a step further. If the murder had taken place at St. Malo, the cask must have been packed there. He recalled the traces his operation had left in Boirac's study. Surely some similar indications must have been left at the villa? If the cask had stood on a carpet, or even possibly a linoleum, he might expect marks of the ring. And if not, there was the sawdust. He did not believe every trace of sawdust could have been removed. It had been his intention in any case to search the house, and he took a mental note when doing so to look with special care for any such traces. This search, he decided, should be his next business. On the following morning, therefore, he set out for St. Malo with his assistant, Sergeant Kelvin. As they drove, he explained the theory about the unpacking of the cask and pointed out what, if this had been done, they might expect to find. The house was empty as, owing to Felix still being in the hospital, the housekeeper's leave had been extended. Burnley opened the door with a key from Felix's bunch, and the two men entered. Then took place a search of the most meticulous thoroughness. Burnley began in the yard and examined each of the outhouses in turn. These had concrete floors, and marks of the cask itself were not to be expected, but they were carefully brushed and the sweepings examined with a powerful lens for traces of sawdust. All their contents were also inspected. Felix's two-seater, which was standing in the coach-house, receiving its full share of attention. Then the searchers moved to the house, one room after another being gone over in the same painstaking way, but it was not till they were doing Felix's dressing room that Burnley made his first discovery. Several of Felix's suits were hanging in a press, and in the right-hand side pocket of one of the coats, that of a blue lounge suit, there was a letter. It was crumpled and twisted, as if thrust carelessly into the pocket. Burnley did not at first notice anything interesting or important about it, till, reading it for the second time, it flashed across his mind that here, perhaps, was the very thing for which they had been searching, the link in that chain of evidence against Felix, which up to then had been missing. The letter was written on a sheet of rather poor quality notepaper in a woman's hand, rather uneducated both as to calligraphy and diction, such a letter, thought Burnley, as might be written by a barmaid or a waitress or shopgirl. There was no water or other distinctive mark on it. It bore no address and ran as follows. Monday. My dearest Léon, it is with a heavy heart I take up my pen to write these few lines. What has happened to you, dearest? Are you ill? If you are, I will come out to you no matter what happens. I can't go on without you. I waited in all yesterday hoping you would come, same as I waited in all the Sunday before, and every night of the week, but you didn't come. And the money is nearly done, and Mrs. Hopkins says, if I can't pay next week, I'll have to go. I've sometimes thought you were tired of me and weren't going to come back at all, and then I thought you weren't that sort, and that you were maybe ill or away. But do write or come, for I can't go on any longer without you. Your heartbroken, Emmy. When Burnley glanced over this melancholy epistle, it seemed at first merely to indicate that Felix was no better than he might be, and it was not till he had read it again that its immense significance struck him. What if this paper supplied the motive of the murder? What if it had opened to Madame Boirac a chapter in Felix's life which otherwise would have remained closed, and which he intended should remain closed? As Burnley thought over it, he believed he could at least dimly reconstruct the scene. Felix and Madame had arrived at St. Malo, and then in some way, by some act of extraordinary carelessness on Felix's part, she got hold of the letter. A quarrel would be inevitable. What would Felix do? Probably first snatch the letter from her and thrust it into his pocket out of sight. Then, perhaps, try to pacify the angry lady, and finding this impossible, the quarrel would get worse and worse, till finally, in a paroxysm of passion, he would seize her throat and choke out her life. The murder committed, he would be so upset that he would quite probably forget all about the letter. The oversights of criminals were notorious. The more the inspector considered the matter, the more likely his theory seemed. But here again he had to recognize it was entirely surmise. No proof that this had taken place was forthcoming. It was another case of the thus far and no farther evidence he had been deploring in the train. At all events, it suggested another line of inquiry. This girl must be found and the relations between her and Felix gone into. Burnley foresaw much arduous work in front of him. At length he put the letter away in his notebook, and the search continued. Finally, as it was beginning to get dusk, every room had been done except the study where Felix and the inspector had had their midnight discussion. "I think we had better come back tomorrow," said Burnley. "There's no use in searching by lamplight." Accordingly, the next morning saw them again at work. They crawled over the floor so as to get every part of the carpet between themselves and the light, but could find no impressions. They peered with their lenses in the pile of the carpet, they felt between the arms and seats of the padded leathern chairs, all to no purpose. And then Burnley made his second discovery. Between the study and the dining room adjoining there was a door, evidently unused, as it was locked and the key was gone. On the study side, this door was covered by a heavy curtain of dark green plush. In front of the curtain, and standing with its back to it, was a small chair whose low, leather-padded back formed a half-circle with the arms. In his anxiety to leave no part of the carpet unexamined, Burnley had moved this chair aside. As he stooped at the place where the chair had been, a bright object sticking to the curtain caught his eye. He looked more closely. A small, slightly bent, gold safety pin, bearing a tiny row of diamonds, was caught in the braid at the top of the hem. The point had not penetrated, and the pin fell to the floor when Burnley touched the plush. He picked it up. "That's rather a fine thing, even for a natty boy like Felix," he said as he showed it to Kelvin. And then he stood quite still as it flashed across his mind that here, perhaps, was another link in the chain that was being forged about Felix, a link possibly even more important than any of the foregoing. What if it did not belong to Felix at all? It looked too dainty and delicate for a man's use. What if it was a lady's? And most important question of all, what if that lady was Madame Boirac? If this proved true, his case was complete. Dropping into the armchair he had occupied on the occasion of his midnight interview with Felix, he considered the possibilities opened up by his new discovery, endeavoring to evolve some theory of how a pin or brooch belonging to the deceased lady could have been dropped where he found this one. As he did so, a picture of what might have happened gradually grew in his mind. First, he thought it likely that a lady in evening dress would wear such a pin, and it might easily be at her neck or shoulder. And if she had sat in that chair with her back to the curtain, and anyone had caught her by the throat and forced her head backwards, what could be more likely than that the pin should be pulled out in the struggle? And if it were pulled out, it almost certainly would drop where or whereabouts he found it. The inspector recognized again that this was all surmise, but it was strengthened by the fact that the pin was undoubtedly bent as if it had been pulled out of something without being unhooked. The more he thought over it, the more likely his idea seemed. At all events, it would be easy to test it. 2 points suggested themselves to his mind which would settle it conclusively. First, if the pin were Madame's, the maid Suzanne would recognize it. The arrangement of the diamonds made it quite distinctive. The girl would also know if Madame wore it on the night of the dinner party. Secondly, if it were pulled out of Madame's dress, the latter would probably be torn or at least marked. Both these points could easily be ascertained, and he decided he would write to Paris about them that night. He put the brooch into a pocket case and, getting up, resumed his search of the study. For a time he pursued his labors without result, and then he made another discovery which struck him as being of even greater importance than that of the pin. He had completed his examination of the furniture, and now for over an hour had been seated at Felix's desk, going through drawer after drawer, reading old letters and examining the watermarks of papers and the alignment of typewritten documents. Felix evidently had some of the defects of the artistic temperament, for his papers were jumbled together without any attempt at filing or classification. Accounts, receipts, invitations, engagements, business letters, all were thrust higgledy-piggledy into the first drawer that came handy. But Burnley had methodically gone through every one without finding anything of interest. None of the papers had the watermark of that ordering the statue from Dupierre. None of the typewriting had the defective letters of that ostensibly from Legautier to Felix. The inspector had just reflected that he had only to go through the half-dozen shelves of books, and his work would be done when he made his third find. On the desk lay a number of sheets of blotting paper, folded pamphlet-wise, it being evidently Felix's custom to blot his wet papers between two of the leaves. Following his usual routine, the inspector fetched a mirror from the bathroom, and with its aid examined the sheets from each edge in turn. At the fourth of these sheets, he stopped suddenly with a little gesture of triumph, for there, clearly revealed in the mirror, were some words he had seen before. Forward immediately to the above address. I don't know the exact price, but understand it is about 1,500 francs. I therefore enclose notes for that. It was the bottom of the first page of the letter ordering the statue from Dupierre. Here was certainty, here at last, proofs of the most complete kind. Felix had ordered the statue, and like a fool had blotted his letter and omitted to destroy the blot sheet. The inspector chuckled with content at his find. Felix had ordered the statue. That was now certain. And if he had done so, he was responsible for its first journey and therefore undoubtedly for its second and third. In fact, it was now evident he had arranged all the movements of the cask, and, if so, he must unquestionably have put in the body, and if he put in the body, he must be the murderer. Then there was the further point about the paper. The paper on which this letter had been written was the same as that on which the letter about the lottery and the bet was typed. Felix had stated he had received this letter by post, but at the discussion in Monsieur Chauvet's office, the probability that he himself was the author had been recognized. This probability was now strengthened by finding he had had in his possession the peculiar French paper which had been used. Truly, these three discoveries, the letter signed Your Heartbroken Emmy, the bent brooch on the curtain, and the telltale impression on the blotting paper, seemed to the inspector entirely to settle the question of Felix's guilt. On the other hand, he had failed to find any trace of the unpacking of the cask, and his search had been so thorough that he almost felt impelled to the conclusion that it had not been there at all. And then a possible explanation struck him. Suppose Felix had got a cart and brought the cask to St. Malo, intending to remove it again the following morning. Where would he put it for the night? It was too heavy to move by himself, and he would want to have a helper. What then would he do? Why, leave it on the cart, of course. His obvious plan would be to stable the horse and open the cask where it stood, on the cart. And if he dropped some sawdust in the process, the wind would see to that. There would be none left now. He felt sure he was on the right track, and then he had a further idea. If a horse were stabled at the villa all night, some traces should surely be visible. He went to the yard again and began a new quest, but this time he had no luck. He was forced to conclude no horse had been kept. The possibility that the carter might have left his vehicle and taken the horse away with him for the night next occurred to him, but he thought that unlikely and left the question undecided in the meantime. On his return to Scotland Yard, the chief heard his story with close attention and was much impressed by his discoveries. He gave his views at some length, ending up, "We shall send the pin over to Paris and see if that girl identifies it. Indeed, whether or not, I think we have a sufficient case against Felix to go into court. By the way, I don't think I told you, I sent a man to his firm, the poster people, and found that he was absent on holidays during the week the cask was traveling backwards and forwards to Paris. This, of course, is not evidence against him, but it works in with our theory." 2 days later, a wire came from Monsieur Chavet. "Suzanne Daudet identifies Pin as Madame's property." "That settles it," said the chief, and a warrant was made out for Felix's arrest, so soon as he should be well enough to leave the hospital. End of Chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts. A New Point of View. Of the millions who unfolded their papers a few mornings after the events described in the last chapter, there were few but felt a thrill of excitement as their eyes fell on the headlines. The Cask Mystery. Arrest of Leon Felix. Though by no means all the facts discovered by the police had become public, enough had leaked out to arouse a keen and general interest. The tragic circumstances of the case, no less than the baffling mystery in which it was shrouded, intrigued the popular imagination, and, though the police were early credited with having the usual clue, and the customary arrest was stated to be imminent, none outside the official ranks had any real idea in what direction suspicion was tending. But to none of those millions did the news come with such a sense of personal shock and affront as to our old acquaintance, Dr. William Martin of the Elms, near Brent Village, on the Great North Road. Dr. Martin, it will be remembered, was the man who, on the night on which Constable Walker watched from behind his tree, called at St. Malo, and insisted on Felix accompanying him home to play bridge. The two men were close friends. Many an afternoon they had spent together on the banks of a neighboring trout stream. Many an evening had slipped rapidly away round the doctor's billiard table. And with Martin's family also Felix was a favorite. No member of it but was pleased to welcome the Frenchman to their house, or but had some special confidence to share with him. At first, Dr. Martin could hardly believe his eyes as they rested on the fatal headlines. That Felix, his friend, his trusted companion, should be arrested, and for murder. The thought was so incredible, so utterly horrible, he could not take it in. But, unlike the nightmare to which he compared it, the idea had permanence. Though his thoughts might wander, it was always there, grim and terribly definite, for them to return to. He began to think over his friend's circumstances. Felix had always been reticent about his life, but to the doctor he had seemed a lonely man. He lived alone, and Martin had never known him to have visitors staying in the house. Nor could the doctor recall the Frenchman's ever having spoken of relatives. Who, he wondered, will help him now? But with so kindly and warm-hearted a man as Dr. Martin, such a question could not long remain unanswered. I must go and see him, he thought. I must find out who is going to act for him. If he has no one, then I must do the best I can myself. But practical difficulty arose. How were orders to visit prisoners obtained? The doctor did not know. For a man of his age and standing, he was singularly ignorant of legal matters. But when such came his way, he invariably adopted the same simple expedient. He saw Clifford. This difficulty he would meet in the same way. He would see Clifford. Clifford, otherwise John Wakefield Clifford, senior partner of Messrs. Clifford and Lewisham, solicitors, Gray's Inn, was Martin's man of business, friend, and crony. The chance that they took the same weekly half-holiday had thrown them together on the links, and they had followed up the acquaintanceship by occasional visits at each other's houses. Mr. Clifford was an almost startling contrast to the breezy doctor. Small, elderly, and rather wizened, with white hair and mustache, and dressed always with meticulous care, he seemed the embodiment of conventional propriety. His manner was precise and dry, but the fortunate gift of a sense of humor saved him from becoming dull. He was a fine lawyer. His admirers, who were many, held that an opinion from him was as good as counsel's any day, and knew that, beneath the keenness which made him so formidable an opponent, there lay a deep vein of very real human kindness. A press of unavoidable business kept Martin at work till the afternoon, but 3 o'clock saw him ascending the stairs of Messrs. Clifford and Lewisham's office. "How are you, Martin?" the senior partner greeted him. "I am glad to see you. This is an unexpected pleasure." "Thanks, old chap," returned the doctor, accepting the cigarette the other offered, and sinking back into a deep, leather-lined armchair. "But I'm afraid there won't be much pleasure about my visit. It's business, and nasty business at that. Have you a few minutes to spare?" The little man bowed gravely. "Certainly," he said. "I am at your service." "It's about that neighbor of mine, Léon Felix," went on the doctor, plunging, without further preamble, into his subject. "You saw he was arrested last night on a charge of murdering the woman whose body was found in the cask? You know about it?" "I read the account in this morning's paper. And so Felix was a neighbor of yours?" "Yes, and a close friend. He was in and out of the house like one of the family." "Indeed? I am sorry to hear that." "Yes, I thought a good deal of him, and I'm naturally upset. We all are, as a matter of fact. I wanted your advice as to what could be done for him." "You mean with regard to his defense?" "Yes. Have you seen him since his arrest?" "No. That's one of the things I wanted to ask you about. I am not quite sure how you get an order." "That can be obtained where a sufficient reason for its application can be shown. I understand, then, that you are unaware of his own plans for his defense?" "Yes. My idea was to see him and talk the thing over, and, unless he has made some other arrangement, to ask you to undertake it." The lawyer nodded slowly. Martin's suggestion was eminently satisfactory to him. Apart from the mere money involved, this case, from its unusual and dramatic nature, promised to be at least one of the most famous of the year. He decided that if it came his way, he would attend to it personally and see that no stone was left unturned to secure an acquittal. "If you put the case in our hands," he replied at length, "quite apart from our personal friendship, you may depend on our doing our utmost for your friend. But I am afraid it will be an expensive business. We shall have to retain counsel, perhaps 2 or even 3 men, and their fees are not negligible. Then, as you can imagine," Mr. Clifford gave a wintry little smile, "we also have to live, or at all events we think so. There will, unquestionably, be expense in hunting up witnesses. A private detective may have to be employed. In short, the defense of a big case means heavy outlay. Now, can your friend meet this? What are his circumstances financially?" "I think he is all right," answered Martin. "But, in any case, the money will be my affair. Felix may pay what he can. I shall be responsible for the rest." Clifford looked at the speaker keenly. Very handsome of you, Martin, I'm sure." He hesitated a moment as if about to continue the subject. Then, with a change of manner, he went on. "I think, in that case, you should see Felix and ascertain his plans. If you can spare the time now, I shall go with you to Bow Street and try and procure for you an immediate visiting order. If, after your conversation, you find you require our assistance, we shall be very pleased to take up the case. If not, you are perfectly free to go elsewhere. Is that agreed?" "Thank you, Clifford. That's all right. Nothing could be better." After introducing his prospective client to the authorities at the famous police station, the lawyer excused himself on the ground of another engagement, while Martin sat down to await the order. The formalities took some time, and it was not till nearly 5 that the door of Felix's cell opened to admit his friend. "Martin!" cried the unhappy inmate, springing up and seizing his visitor's hand in both his own. "But this is good of you. I hardly dared to expect you." "Couldn't see a pal in a hole without butting in," answered the doctor gruffly, somewhat affected by the warmth of the other's welcome. "You're a nice one, getting yourself in such a mess, eh? What have you been up to that's raised this dust?" Felix passed his hand wearily over his forehead. "My God, Martin," he groaned, "I don't know. I'm absolutely at sea. I know no more about the wretched business than you do. The proceedings today were purely formal, so that the evidence against me, whatever it can be, did not come out. I can't conceive what they have got hold of that has made them suspect me. I've heard nothing about the case at all. I just came along to see you when I saw what had happened." "Martin, I can never thank you. I can never repay you. I thought of writing to you today to ask your help, and I should probably have done it tomorrow. But you can't think what it means to me, your coming without being asked. It means, for one thing, that you don't believe this abominable charge? Doesn't it?" "Well, naturally. You keep your heart up and don't get flustered. You've got some friends left still. All the family are upset about the thing. The mater's shocked, and so are the boys. They all say for you to cheer up, and that the mistake is sure to be put right soon." "God bless them for that," cried Felix, rising and pacing the cell in evident emotion. "Tell them how much I appreciate what all their thought means to me." "Rot," said the doctor shortly. "What would you expect? But now I have only a minute or two here, and what I want to ask you is this. What plans have you made for your defense?" "Defense? None, I fear. I just haven't been able to think about it. I haven't an idea who to turn to, or what to do. What would you advise?" "Clifford." "Eh? What? I don't follow." "Employ Clifford, of Clifford and Lewisham. He's a dry stick, but as clever as they're made, and a good sort. He's your man." "I don't know him. Do you think he would take up the case?" "Sure. Fact is, I went around to ask him how I could get an order to see you. I know him pretty well, and I pumped him. The firm would take it on if they were asked, but that means himself, and you couldn't have a better man." "Martin, you put new life into me. God bless you for all you're doing. Will you arrange it with him? But, wait a minute. Can I afford it? Are his fees very high?" "What can you afford?" "Oh, I don't know. Say £1,000. "More than enough. I shall arrange it with him at once." The friends conversed for some minutes, and then a warder opened the door of the cell. Martin's time was up. He left Felix cheered by the promise of a further visit, and with tears of thankfulness glistening in his eyes. Determined to lose no time in completing his work, Martin returned direct to the offices of Messrs. Clifford and Lewisham. But there the day's work was over, and all but 1 or 2 junior clerks had already left. The doctor, therefore, made an appointment for the next day, and, with a glow of righteous self-satisfaction, went home to tell his family what he had done. On the following afternoon he again found himself in the solicitor's office. "Now," said Mr. Clifford, when it had been definitely agreed that his firm was to take up the case, "I have to warn you that proceedings will be slow. First, The prosecution will make up their case, get depositions of the evidence, and so on, and that will take time. We, of course, shall also immediately start work, but it is improbable we shall make much headway till we learn the full evidence against us. Additional time will therefore be required for the preparation of the defense. If Felix is returned for trial, and I fear, from what I have heard, he will be, weeks and months will probably elapse before both sides are ready. You and I shall therefore require to exercise patience." "I can believe it," muttered the doctor. "You lawyers take the devil of a time over everything." "We can't cover our mistakes like you, so we have to be careful," retorted the lawyer with his dry, wintry smile. Martin smote his thigh. "Ha ha!" he laughed. "That's good. You had me there. But I mustn't be wasting your time. There were some things you wanted to speak to me about?" "Yes," admitted Clifford. "A couple of points. Firstly, I propose to retain Heppenstall. You know, Lucius Heppenstall, the K.C. He may want one or two juniors. I suppose that is all right?" "Of course. You know what is best to be done." "The other point is that I want you to tell me everything you possibly can about Felix." "As a matter of fact," returned Martin, "I can't tell you very much. I was just thinking over what I knew of him, and I was amazed it was so little. We became acquainted about 4 years ago. Felix had just taken St. Malo, an empty house a couple of 100 yards from my own, and the first thing he did was to go and get pneumonia. I was called in, but the attack was bad, and for a time it was touch and go with him. However, he pulled through, and during his convalescence we became very good friends. When he came out of the hospital, I invited him to my house for a week or two. He had only a not very satisfactory housekeeper at St. Malo, and the family took to him till he became quite like one of ourselves. Since then he has been in and out like a pet dog. He dines quite often, and, in return, insists on taking the boys to the theatre and the mater when she'll go." "He lives quite alone, you say?" "Quite, except for the housekeeper." "And you haven't met any of his people?" "None. I've never even heard of his people. I don't think he has any. If he has, he never speaks of them." Martin hesitated for a moment, then went on. "It may be my fancy, but it has struck me that he seems to avoid women, and the only cynical remarks I have heard him make have been at their expense. I have often wondered if he has had some love disappointment, but he has never hinted at such a thing." "How does he live?" "He is an artist. He designs for some poster firm in the city, and he draws for the better class magazines. I do not know if he has private means, but he seems to do well enough." "Do you know anything about this extraordinary business of the cask?" "No, except this. Let me see, what night was it? Monday, I think. Yes, Monday, the 5th of April, a couple of friends turned in, and we wanted a rubber of bridge. I went round to St. Malo to see if Felix would make a fourth. That was about 8:30 o'clock. At first he hesitated, but afterwards he agreed to come. I went in and waited while he changed. The study fire had just been freshly lighted, and the room, and indeed the whole house, was cold and cheerless. We played bridge till nearly 1. The next thing we heard was that he was in St. Thomas's Hospital, prostrated from a mental shock. Not professionally, but as a friend, I went to see him, and then he told me about the cask." "And what did he tell you?" "He said he had had a letter saying a cask of money was being sent him. He will tell you the details himself, and that he had just got the cask from the steamer and brought it to St. Malo when I called on that Monday evening. The reason he hesitated about leaving home was that he was on tenterhooks to unpack the cask." "Why did he not tell you about it?" "I asked him that, and he said he had had trouble with the steamer people about getting it away, and he did not want any one to know where the cask was, lest it should get round to these steamer folks. But I would rather he would tell you about that himself." "I shall ask him, but I want to hear from you anything you know personally about it." "Well, there's nothing more than that." "Can you tell me anything of his friends?" "Nothing. I think only twice, in all the years I have known him, Have I met acquaintances of his, in each case artists who were looking at the paintings in his studio, and who I know did not stay the night. Whom he met during the day, I can't tell." The lawyer sat silent for some minutes. "Well," he said at length, "I think that is all we can do today. I'll let you know how things go on, but, as I warned you before, the business will be slow." With a hearty handshake and a word of thanks, the doctor took his leave, while Clifford sat down to write to Heppenstall, K.C., to know if he would take up the case. End of Chapter 21. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, October 20, 2023. Chapter 22 of the Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts. Felix tells a second story. The next day Mr. Clifford was occupied with various technical formalities, and in obtaining from the authorities such information as was then available about the case, and it was not till the following morning he set out to make the acquaintance of his client. He found him seated in his cell, his head on his hands, and an expression of deep gloom upon his face. The two men talked generalities for some time, and then the lawyer came to business. "Now, Mr. Felix," he said, "I want you please to tell me everything you know of this unhappy affair. Everything, no matter how seemingly minute or unimportant. Remember, I cannot impress it on you too strongly. For a man in your position, it is suicidal to withhold information. Keep nothing back. Your confidence will be as safe as a confessional. If you have made mistakes, done foolish things or criminal things, or even, forgive me, if you have committed the crime you are charged with, tell me the whole truth. Else I shall be a blind man leading the blind, and we shall both have our fall." Felix rose to his feet. "I will do so, Mr. Clifford. I will keep nothing back. And first, before we go on to the details, one point must be settled." He raised his hand. "I swear to you, in the presence of Almighty God, in whom I believe, that I am innocent of this crime." He sat down and then continued. "I don't ask you if you believe me. I am willing to leave that till afterwards, but I want now, at the commencement of our intercourse, to put that fact, as it were, on record. I absolutely and categorically deny all knowledge of this hateful and ghastly crime. Now, let us go on." "I am glad you have made this statement, and in this way, Mr. Felix," said the lawyer, who was impressed by his client's manner and earnestness. "Now, please begin at the beginning, and tell me with all the detail you can what you know of the matter." Felix had the gift of narration, and, apart from the appeal to Clifford's professional instincts, he held the lawyer enthralled as he related the strange story of his experiences. "I hardly know where to begin," he said. "The first thing, directly bearing on the affair, was a meeting between myself and some friends at the Café Toison d'Or in Paris, but before I come to that, I think I ought to explain just who I am, and how I, a Frenchman, come to be living in London. I think this is necessary, as the question of my previous knowledge of poor Annette Boishac is certain to come up. What do you say, Mr. Clifford?" "Necessary to tell this?" thought the lawyer, to whom the fact that Felix had had knowledge of the dead woman came as an ugly discovery. "Why, my good fellow, no other point in the whole case is likely to be more important for you." But aloud he only said, "Yes, I consider it most necessary." "Very good, then. As I said, I am a Frenchman, and I was born in Avignon in 1884. I was always keen on drawing, and as my teachers thought there was promise in my work, I early moved to Paris and entered the atelier of Monsieur Dauphin. I studied there for several years, living in a small hotel off the Boule Miche. My parents were both dead, and I had inherited a little money, not much, but enough to live on. Amongst those working at the art school was a young fellow called Pierre Bonchose. He was some 4 years my junior, and was an attractive and thoroughly decent chap. We became close friends, eventually sharing the same room. But he was not much good at his work. He lacked perseverance, and was too fond of supper parties and cards to settle down seriously to paint. I was not, therefore, surprised when one day he told me he was fed up with art and was going into business. It seemed he had applied to an old friend of his father's, the senior partner of Messrs. Roche, the wine exporters of Narbonne, and had been offered a position in that firm which he had decided to accept. But a month or two before he left Paris, he had introduced to the atelier a new pupil, his cousin, Mademoiselle Annette Humbert. They seemed more like brother and sister than cousins, and Bonchose told me that they had been brought up together and had always been what you English call pals. This, Mr. Clifford, was none other than the unfortunate young lady who afterward became Madame Boirac. She was one of the loveliest girls that ever breathed. From the first moment I saw her, I admired her as I had never before admired anyone. As fate would have it, we were both making certain pastel studies, and, being thus thrown together, we became interested in each other's work. The inevitable happened, and I fell deeply in love with her. She did not discourage me, but, as she was kind and gracious to everyone, I hardly dared to hope she could care for me. At last, to make a long story short, I took my courage in both hands and proposed, and I could hardly believe my good fortune when she accepted me. It then became necessary for me to approach her father. Monsieur Humbert came of an old and distinguished family, endowed with much pride of birth. He was well off, though not rich, and lived almost in state in his old chateau at La Roche, occupying a leading position in the local society. To broach such a subject to him would have been an ordeal for anyone, but for me, who lacked so many of the social advantages he possessed, it was a veritable nightmare. And my forebodings were not disappointed. He received me courteously, but scouted my proposal. Mademoiselle Humbert was too young. She did not yet know the world nor her own mind. He had other plans for her future, and so on. Also, he delicately indicated that my social standing and means hardly fitted me to enter a family of such age and traditions as his own. I need not try to describe the effect this decision had upon both of us. Suffice it to say that Annette, after a stormy scene, submitted to her father's authority, leaving the art school and going for an indefinite visit to an aunt in the southern provinces. I, finding life without her insupportable in my old haunts, also left Paris, and, coming to London, obtained a position as an artist with Messrs. Greer and Hood, the advertisement poster printers of Fleet Street. What with their salary and my spare time drawings for Punch and other papers, I soon found myself in receipt of over 1,000 a year, and then realized one of my ambitions, and moved to a small villa in the suburbs, buying, at the same time, a two-seater to take me to and from my work. This villa, St. Malo, was situated near Brent, on the Great North Road. Here I settled down, alone except for an elderly housekeeper. I fitted up a large attic as a studio, where I began studies for a picture I had in mind. But before I had been a month in my new home, I developed a nasty attack of pneumonia. Martin, who was the nearest doctor, was called in, and so began the friendship from which your presence here today has resulted. I lived a somewhat humdrum existence for some 2 years, and then one morning I had a pleasant surprise in the shape of a visit from my old friend, Pierre Bonchose. He explained that, having done pretty well in business, he had been sent to represent permanently his firm in London. He also told me that after a year of what he called sulking, his cousin Annette had, at her father's desire, married a Monsieur Boirac, a wealthy manufacturer, that he had seen her coming through Paris, and that she appeared to be quite happy. Bonchose and I resumed our former intimacy, and, during the next summer, that is, 2 years ago, we had a walking tour through Cornwall. I mention this because of an incident which occurred near Penzance, and which profoundly modified our relations. While bathing in a deserted cove of that rocky coast, I was caught in an offshore current, and in spite of all my efforts, found myself being carried out to sea. Bonchose, hearing my shouts, swam out after me, and at the imminent risk of his own life, assisted me back into still water. Though he made light of the matter, I could not forget the danger he had faced to save me, and I felt I had incurred a debt which I should be glad of an opportunity to pay. But though, as I have said, I had settled down in London, I did not, by any means, entirely desert Paris. First at long intervals, but afterwards more frequently, I ran over to see my friends and to keep myself in touch with artistic circles in France. About 8 months ago, on one of these visits, it happened that I dropped into an exhibition of the work of a famous sculptor, and there I incidentally came across a man whose conversation interested me extremely. His hobby was statuary, and he was clearly an expert in his subject. He told me he had amassed one of the largest private collections in the world, and as we became more intimate, he invited me to dine that evening and see it. I went, and on arrival he introduced me to his wife. You can imagine my feelings, Mr. Clifford, when I found she was none other than Annette. Acting on the impulse of the moment, we met as strangers, though I am sure that, had Mr. Boirac not been so full of his collection, he must have noticed our embarrassment. But as we sat at dinner, I found that, after the first shock of recognition, her presence left me cold. Though I still profoundly admired her, my infatuation had passed away, and I realized that whatever love I might have had for her was dead. And from her manner, I felt sure her feelings towards myself had undergone a similar change. Monsieur Boirac and I became good friends over his collection, and, on his invitation, I several times repeated my call during subsequent visits to Paris. That, Mr. Clifford, is all of what I may call my preliminary history. I am afraid it is rather involved, but I have tried to make it as clear as I could. The lawyer bowed gravely. Your statement is perfectly clear. Pray proceed. I come now, went on Felix, to the events connected with the cask, and therefore, apparently, with the tragedy. I think it will be better to tell you these in their chronological order, even though this makes my story seem a little disconnected. Again Mr. Clifford inclined his head, and the other resumed. On Saturday, 13 March, I crossed to Paris for the week-end, returning the following Monday morning. On the Sunday afternoon, I happened to drop into the Café Toison d'Or in the Rue Royale, and there found a group of men, with most of whom I was acquainted. They were talking about the French government lotteries, and, in the course of conversation, one of them, a Monsieur Alphonse Le Gautier, said to me, "Why not have a little flutter with me?" I ridiculed the idea at first, but afterwards agreed to enter 1,000 francs jointly with him. He undertook to arrange the matter, the profits, if any, being halved between us. I paid him over my 500 francs, and, believing it was the last I should hear of the affair, dismissed it from my mind. A week after my return to England, I had a visit from Bonchose. I saw at once he was in trouble, and after a while it all came out. It seemed he had been losing heavily at cards, and to meet his liabilities he had gone to moneylenders, who were now pressing him for repayment. In answer to my questions, he explained that he had paid off all his loans, with the exception of one for £600. That sum he was utterly unable to raise, and if he failed to procure it before the 31st, that was, in about a week, he was a ruined man. I was much annoyed, for I had helped him out of similar scrapes twice before, on each of which occasions he had given me his word not to play again. I felt I could not go on throwing good money after bad, and yet, because of our friendship and the debt I owed him for saving my life, I could not see him go to the wall. Divining what was in my mind, he assured me he had not come to beg, saying that he realized I had already done more for him than he deserved. Then he said he had written to Annette, telling her the circumstances, and asking, not for a gift, but for a loan, on which he would pay 4% interest. I talked to him seriously, offering no help, but asking him to keep me advised of how things went on. But, though I did not tell him, I decided I would pay the £600 rather than see him stuck. I am going to Paris on Friday, I ended up, and hope to dine at the Barracks on Saturday. If Annette speaks to me on the subject, I shall tell her that you are making an unholy mess of things." "Don't put her against helping me," he pleaded. I said I would not influence her at all, and then he asked me when I was returning, so that he could meet me and hear what had been said. I told him I would cross by Boulogne on Sunday. That weekend, a fortnight after the meeting in the Café Toison d'Or, I was again in the French capital. On the Saturday morning, as I sat in the Hotel Continental, meditating a visit to Monsieur Dauphin's atelier, a note was handed to me. It was from Annette, and in it she said she wanted to speak to me in private, asking if I could come at 7:30 that night instead of the dinner hour of 7:45, and requiring a verbal reply. I gave the necessary assurance to the messenger, who proved to be Annette's maid, Suzanne. I reached the Barracks house at the appointed hour, but did not see Annette. As I entered, Monsieur Boirac was passing through the hall, and, seeing me, he invited me into his study to look at an engraving which had been sent him on approval. Naturally, I could not refuse. We went to the study and examined the picture. But there was another object in the study which I also saw and commented on. Standing on the carpet was a large cask, and, Mr. Clifford, you will hardly believe me when I tell you it was either the identical cask which was sent me containing poor Annette's body, or else one so similar as to be indistinguishable. Felix paused to let this significant statement, as he evidently considered it, sink into the lawyer's mind. But the latter only bowed and said, "Pray proceed, Mr. Felix, with your statement." I was interested in the cask, as it seemed an unusual object to find in the study. I asked Boirac about it, and he explained that he had just purchased a piece of statuary, and that the cask was simply the special kind of packing case in which it had been sent home. "Did he describe the statue?" asked the lawyer, interrupting for the first time. "No, except to say it was a fine group. He promised to show it to me on my next visit." "Did he tell you from whom he had purchased it, or what price he had paid?" "Neither. The matter was only referred to incidentally as we were leaving the room." "Thank you. Pray continue." "We then went to the salon, but, as several visitors had already arrived, I could not, at that time, get a private word with Annette. The dinner was an important social affair, the Spanish ambassador being the principal guest. Before it was over, Monsieur Boirac was called from the house, owing to an accident having taken place at his works. He apologized for leaving, promising to return speedily, but after a time a telephone message came to say the accident had been more serious than he had supposed, and he would be detained till very late or even all night. The guests began to leave about 11, but, in obedience to a sign from Annette, I remained till all had gone. Then she told me she had received a letter from Bonchose, which had much upset her. She did not mind his having got into difficulties. Indeed, she thought a fright would do him good. But she was really troubled lest he might become a confirmed gambler. She wished for my candid opinion of him. I had told her exactly what I thought, that there wasn't a bit of real harm in him, but that he had got into a bad set, and that his only chance was to break with it. She agreed with me, saying he should not be helped until this breach had actually been made. We then discussed where the money was to come from. She, it appeared, could lay her hands on only £300, and, as she felt Monsieur Boirac would disapprove, she did not wish to ask him for the remainder. She therefore proposed to sell a couple of her jewels, her own private property, and she asked me to undertake the matter for her. But I could not bring myself to agree to this, and I said that if she would advance the £300 she had, I would find the balance. At first she would not hear of it, and we had quite a heated argument. Finally I carried my point, and she went upstairs and brought down the money. I took my leave immediately afterwards, promising to let her know how the matter ended. She was much affected, for she was sincerely attached to him. The next day, Sunday, I returned to London. "I think you said, Mr. Felix," interrupted Clifford, "that the last of the guests left at 11? "Yes, about then." "And at what time did you yourself leave?" About 11:45. Then your conversation lasted about 3/4 of an hour. Now, did anyone see you leave? No one except Annette. She came to the door with me. You returned to your hotel, I suppose? Yes. At what hour did you reach it? About 1:30, I should say. From Madame's house to the Hotel Continental is about 15 minutes' walk. What, then, did you do in the interval? I felt wakeful, and thought a stroll would be pleasant. I walked across Paris, to the Place de la Bastille by the Rue de Rivoli, and back to the hotel by the Grands Boulevards. Did you meet anyone you knew? No, not that I can recall. I am afraid this is important, Mr. Felix. Think again. Is there no one that can testify to meeting you on this walk? No waiter or other official, for example? No, said Felix after a pause. I don't think I spoke to a soul, and I certainly did not enter a café. You say you returned to London next day. Did you meet anyone on the journey you knew? Yes, but it will be no help to me. I met Miss Gladys Devine on the Folkestone boat, but she cannot confirm this. As you must know, she died suddenly a week later. Miss Gladys Devine? Not the celebrated Miss Devine, the actress? The same. I have met her at supper parties in Paris. But you must be able to get confirmation of that. So well known a lady would be recognized wherever she went. But perhaps you visited her private cabin? No, I saw her on the boat deck. She was sitting in the shelter of one of the funnels. I joined her for about half an hour. But somebody must have seen you. Possibly, but possibly not. You see, it was horribly rough. Almost everyone was sick. People, anyway, were walking about. What about her maids? I did not see them. Now, Mr. Felix, what you must think over when I leave you is, first, what evidence can we get confirming your statement of how you spent your time between 11 and 1:30 on the Saturday night? And second, who saw you with Miss Devine on the Folkestone boat? In the meantime, please continue your statement. Bonchose met me at Charing Cross. He was keen to know how I had fared. We drove to his rooms, where I told him the whole thing. I said I would hand him the £600 on condition he broke, finally, with his gambling friends. He assured me the breach had already been effected, and I therefore gave him the money. We then drove to the Savoy, and, after a rather early dinner, I left him and went home. At what hour? About 8:30. How did you go? I took a taxi. From where? The Savoy Commissionaire called it. Yes? The next thing was I received an astonishing letter, and Felix went on to tell the lawyer about the typewritten letter signed Le Gautier, his preparations to obtain the cask, his visit to St. Catherine's Docks, his interviews with the clerk, Broughton, and the manager of the dock office, his ruse to get the I&C's note paper, the forging of the letter to Harkness, the removal of the cask to St. Malo, his dining at Dr. Martin's, the midnight interview with Burnley, the disappearance of the cask, its final recovery, its unpacking, and the discovery of its terrible contents. That, Mr. Clifford, he ended up, is every single thing I know about the affair, good, bad, or indifferent. I congratulate you on the clear way you have made your statement, returned the solicitor. Now, excuse me while I think if there is anything further I want to ask you. He slowly turned over the rather voluminous notes he had taken. The first point, he went on at length, is the question of your intimacy with Madame Boirac. Can you tell me how many times you saw her since her marriage? Felix considered. About half a dozen, I should say, or perhaps 8 or even 9. Not more than 9, certainly. Excepting on the night of the dinner, was her husband present on all these occasions? Not all. At least twice I called in the afternoon and saw her alone. I think I need hardly ask you, but answer me fully all the same. Were there, at any time, any tender or confidential passages between you and Madame? Absolutely none. I state, most positively that nothing passed between us which Wahak might not have seen or heard." Again Clifford paused in thought. "I want you now to tell me, and with the utmost detail, exactly how you spent the time between your leaving Bonchot's after dinner on Sunday night of your return from Paris and your meeting the Cask at St. Catherine's Docks on the following Monday week." "I can do so easily. After leaving Bonchot's, I drove out to St. Malo, as I told you, arriving about 9:30. My housekeeper was on holidays, so I went straight over to Brent village and arranged with a charwoman to come in the mornings and make my breakfast. This woman had acted in a similar capacity before. I myself was taking a week's holidays, and each day I passed in the same manner. I got up about 7:30, had breakfast, and went to my studio to paint. The charwoman went home after breakfast, and I got my own lunch. Then I painted again in the afternoon, and in the evening went into town for dinner, and usually, but not always, a theatre. I generally got back between 11 and 12. On Saturday, instead of painting all day, I went into town and arranged about meeting the Cask." "Then, at 10 o'clock on Wednesday, you were painting in your studio?" "That is so, but why that day and hour?" "I will tell you later. Now, can you prove that? Did anyone call in the studio or see you there?" "No one, I'm afraid." "What about the charwoman? What is her name, by the way?" "Mrs. Bridget Murphy. No, I don't think she could tell where I was. You see, I practically did not see her at all. My breakfast was ready when I came down, and when I had finished I went direct to the studio. I don't know when she went home, but I should think it was fairly early." "What time did you eat breakfast?" "8, nominally, but I wasn't always very punctual." "Do you remember, and have you any way of proving, what time you had breakfast on this particular Wednesday?" Felix thought over the question. "No," he answered, "I don't think so. There was nothing to distinguish that morning from the others." "The point is important. Perhaps Mrs. Murphy would remember?" "Possibly, but I hardly think so." "No one else could prove it? Were there no callers? No tradesmen's messengers?" "None. 1 or 2 people rang, but I didn't bother. I was expecting no one, and I just let them ring." "An unfortunate omission. Now tell me, where did you dine in town and spend the evenings?" "I'm afraid a different restaurant each night, and naturally a different theatre." By dint of further questions, Clifford obtained a list of all the places his client had visited during the week, his intention being to go round them in turn in search of material to build up an alibi. He was very disappointed with all he had heard, and the difficulties of his task seemed to be growing. He continued his examination. "Now, this typewritten letter, signed Le Gautier, did you believe it was genuine?" "I did. I thought the whole thing absurd and annoying, but I did not doubt it. You see, I had actually entered for the lottery with Le Gautier, and 50,000 francs was the sum we would have made, had we been lucky. I did think, at first, it was a practical joke on Le Gautier's part, but he is not that kind of man, and I, at last, concluded it was genuine." "Did you write or wire to Le Gautier?" "No, I got the letter late one evening, on my return home. It was too late to do anything then, but I intended to wire next morning that I would go over, and not to send the Cask. But next morning's post brought a card, also typewritten and signed Le Gautier, saying the Cask had actually been dispatched. I forgot to mention that in my statement." Clifford nodded and again referred to his notes. "Did you write a letter to Messieurs Dupierre of Paris, ordering a statue to be sent to you to the West Jubb Street address?" "No." "Do you recollect the blotter on your study desk at St. Malo?" "Why, yes," returned Felix, with a look of surprise. "Did you ever let that blotter out of your possession?" "Not to my knowledge." "Did you ever take it to France?" "Never." "Then how, Mr. Felix," asked the lawyer slowly, "how do you account for the fact that the blotted impression of such a letter, in your handwriting, was found on the blotter?" Felix sprang to his feet. "What?" he cried. "What's that you say? A letter in my handwriting? I don't believe it. It's impossible." I have seen it." "You have seen it?" The speaker moved excitedly about the cell, gesticulating freely. "Really, Mr. Clifford, this is too much. I tell you I wrote no such letter. You are making a mistake." "I assure you, Mr. Felix, I am making no mistake. I saw not only the impression on your pad, but also the original letter itself, which had been received by Messieurs Dupierre." Felix sat down and passed his hand across his brow, as if dazed. "I cannot understand it. You can't have seen a letter from me, because no such exists. What you saw must have been a forgery." "But the impression on the blotter?" "Good heavens, how do I know? I tell you I know nothing about it. See here," he added, with a change of tone, "there's some trick in it. When you say you've seen these things, I'm bound to believe you. But there's a trick. There must be." "Then," said Clifford, "if so, and I'm inclined to agree with you, who carried out the trick? Someone must have access to your study, either to write the letter there, or to abstract your blotter, or a page of it, which could afterwards be replaced. Who could that have been?" "I don't know. Nobody, or anybody. I can think of no one who would do such a thing. When was the letter written?" "It was received by Dupierre on Tuesday morning, 30th March. It bore a London postmark, therefore it must have been posted on Sunday night or Monday. That would be either the day or the day after you returned to London, after the dinner. Anyone could have got into the house while I was away. If what you say is true, someone must have, but I saw no traces. Now, Mr. Felix, who is Emmy?" Felix stared. "Emmy?" he said. "I don't understand. Emmy what?" Clifford watched the other keenly as he replied. "Your heartbroken Emmy." "My dear Mr. Clifford, I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. Your heartbroken Emmy? What under the sun do you mean?" "It should be clear enough, Mr. Felix. Who was the girl that wrote to you recently, imploring you not to desert her, and who signed herself your heartbroken Emmy?" Felix gazed at his visitor in amazement. "Either you're mad, or I'm mad," he said slowly. "I have had no letter from any girl asking me not to desert her, and I have had no letter on any subject from anyone signing herself Emmy. Really, I think you might explain yourself. Now tell me something else, Mr. Felix. You possess, I understand, 2 navy blue suits?" The astonishment on the artist's face did not lessen as he assented. "I want to know now when you last wore each of those suits." "As it happens, I can tell you. One of them I wore on my Paris trip, and again on the following Saturday, when I went to town to arrange about the cask, as well as on the Monday and following days till I went to hospital. I am wearing it today. The other blue suit is an old one, and I have not had it on for months. I tell you now why I ask. In the coat pocket of one of your blue suits, evidently from what you tell me, the old one, was found a letter beginning, 'My dearest Léon,' and ending, 'Your heartbroken Emmy,' and in it the writer said, but here, I have a copy of it, and you may read it." The artist looked over the paper as if in a dream. Then he turned to the other. "I can assure you, Mr. Clifford," he said earnestly, "that I am as much in the dark as you about this. It is not my letter. I never saw it before. I never heard of Emmy. The whole thing is an invention. How it got into my pocket, I cannot explain, but I tell you positively I am absolutely ignorant of the whole thing." Clifford nodded. "Very good. Now there is only one other thing I want to ask you. Do you know the round-backed, leather-covered armchair which stood before the plush curtain in your study?" "Yes." "Think carefully and tell me who was the last lady to occupy it." "That doesn't require much thought. No lady has ever sat in it since I bought it. Very few ladies have been in St. Malo since I took it, and these, without exception, were interested in art, and were in the studio only. Now, don't be annoyed, Mr. Felix, when I ask you once more, did Madame Boirac ever sit in that chair?" "I give you my solemn word of honor she never did. She was never in the house, and I believe I am right in saying she was never in London." The lawyer nodded. Now, I have another unpleasant thing to tell you. Caught in the hem of that curtain and hidden by the chair, a pin was found, a diamond safety pin. That pin, Mr. Felix, was attached to the shoulder of Madame Barac's dress on the night of the dinner party." Felix, unable to speak, sat staring helplessly at the lawyer. His face had gone white, and an expression of horror dawned in his eyes. There was silence in the dull, cheerless cell, whose walls had heard so many tales of misery and suffering. Clifford, watching his client keenly, felt the doubts which had been partly lulled to rest again rising. Was the man acting? If so, he was doing it extraordinarily well. But at last Felix moved. "My God!" he whispered hoarsely. "It's a nightmare! I feel helpless. I am in a net, and it is drawing close round me. What does it mean, Mr. Clifford? Who has done this thing? I didn't know anyone hated me, but someone must." He made a gesture of despair. "I'm done for. What can help me after that? Can you see any hope, Mr. Clifford? Tell me." But whatever doubts the lawyer felt, he kept to himself. "It is too soon to come to any conclusion," he answered in a matter-of-fact tone. "In cases of difficulty such as this, I have frequently known some small fact to come out, perhaps accidentally, which has cleared up the whole affair. You must not despair. We are only at the beginning. Wait for a week or two, and then I'll tell you what I think." "Bless you, Mr. Clifford. You put heart into me. But this matter of the pen, what can it mean? There is some terrible conspiracy against me. Can it ever be unraveled?" The lawyer rose. "That's what we have to try and do, Mr. Felix. I'm afraid I must be off now. Do as I say, keep up your heart, and if you can think of any evidence supporting your statements, let me know." Having shaken hands, Mr. Clifford withdrew. End of chapter 22, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, October 28, 2023.
Chapter 23 of the Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts. Chapter 23. Clifford Gets to Work. When Clifford had finished dinner that evening, he went to his study, and drawing a large armchair up to the fire, for the evenings were still cold, he lit a cigar and composed himself to master the details of his new case. To say that he was disappointed with Felix's statement would not be to give a true indication of his state of mind. He was woefully chagrined. He had hoped and expected that his client would tell him something that would instantly indicate the line the defence should take, and instead of that he was puzzled to know where any defence at all was to come from. And the more he thought over it, the worse the outlook seemed. He went over the facts in order, marshalling them in his mind, and weighing the bearing of each on the question of Felix's innocence or guilt. There was, first of all, the fundamental question of what had taken place in the house in the Avenue de l'Almar between 11 p.m. and 1:15 a.m. on the night of the dinner party. At 11, Annette Boirac was alive and well. At 1:15, she had disappeared. Felix was the last person, so far as was known, to see her alive, and it was not unreasonable to have expected him to have thrown some light on her fate, but he hadn't. It was true, he had explained the motive for his interview with Madame. Confirmation of the truth of this, Clifford thought, should be obtainable from an investigation of the affairs of Bonchose. But even if it was established, he did not see how it would help his client. It would not prove him innocent. Indeed, it might be argued that this very discussion had been the indirect cause of the elopement, if such took place. It had given Felix an opportunity to see Madame alone, which otherwise he might not have had, and who could tell what dormant passions that private interview might not have aroused? No, there was no help here. And the remainder of Felix's statement was equally unfruitful. He had said that after conversing with the lady till 11:45 p.m., he had walked about Paris till 1:30. But, by a singular coincidence, he had not been seen leaving the house. He had not met anyone he knew, and he had not been anywhere he was known. Was this, Clifford wondered, so singular a coincidence? Might it not simply mean that Felix's story was untrue? Then he remembered the closing of the front door. François had heard it shut at 1 a.m. If Felix left at 11:45, who shut it? As far as he could see, either Felix must be lying when he said he left at 11:45, or else Madame must have gone out by herself at that later hour. But the lawyer did not know which of these had happened, and the worst of it was there seemed no way of finding out. Equally useless for the defence was Felix's identification of the fur-coated lady on the Folkestone boat. Even had this been Miss Devine, it did not prove Madame Boirac was not a traveller. Might not Felix, travelling with Madame, have seen the actress on board, a subsequent death suggesting his story? No, even if he could prove all that the artist had said about the crossing, it would not help matters. But Felix's failure to find an alibi for himself was much more serious. Clifford had confidently expected a defence along these lines, and he was more than disappointed. He ran over the facts. The location of the man or men who had arranged the journeys of the cask was known at 2 periods, on the Wednesday at 10 a.m. at Waterloo, and on the Thursday at 5:15 p.m. at the Gare du Nord. Clifford got out his Continental Bradshaw. To have been in Paris at the time named, a Londoner must have left by the 9 a.m. from Charing Cross on Thursday, and he could not have arrived back before 5:35 on Friday morning. Therefore, Felix had only to prove an alibi at 10 on Wednesday morning or between 9 on Thursday morning and 5:35 on Friday morning, and the greatest part of the case against him would be met. But this was just what he could not do. Clifford turned to his notes of the artist's statement. According to it, at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, Felix had been painting in his studio, but the chance of the housekeeper's absence and the peculiar arrangement under which the charwoman got breakfast prevented this being proved, and like an idiot, Felix had heard people ringing at the door and, because he did not wish to be disturbed, had not opened it. One of those callers might have saved him now. And then with regard to Thursday and Thursday night. To have caught the 9 a.m. from Charing Cross, Felix must have left Saint-Malo at not later than 8:50. According to his statement, his breakfast was left ready for him at 8, and there certainly would not have been time for him to eat it. But there was nothing to prevent him having in 2 or 3 minutes dirtied the plates and carried away some food, to give the impression he had had his meal. Here there was hope of help from the charwoman. Clifford could not decide the point till he had interviewed her. He turned back to his notes. After breakfast, Felix, according to his statement, had painted without ceasing, except for a cup of cocoa at lunchtime, until 6:30. He had then changed and gone to town, dining alone at the Gresham. Though he had seen no one he knew at the famous restaurant, there was a chance that a waiter or commissionaire or other official might have recognized him. He had left about 9, and, feeling tired, he had returned straight home. There no one could know of his presence till 7:30 the next morning, when Mrs. Murphy would expect to hear him answer her knock. But if he had been to Paris, meeting the cask at the Gare du Nord, he could have been home equally at 7:30 a.m. Therefore, the evidence of his answering the knock would be immaterial. Certainly, if Felix were telling the truth, the manner in which confirmation was eluding him was most unfortunate. But was Felix telling the truth? Then there were those 3 discoveries of Burnley at Saint-Malo, the Emmy letter, the impression on the blot sheet, and the pin. Any one of these alone would have been highly damaging to Felix's case. The 3 together seemed overwhelming. And yet Felix had not attempted a word of explanation. He had simply denied knowledge of all 3. If the accused man could not explain these damaging facts, how was Clifford to set about it? But nothing in the whole affair depressed the lawyer so much as the admissions Felix had made about his previous relations with Madame Boirac. It was of course true that Felix, a stranger introduced into the Boirac household, might have fallen in love with Madame and persuaded her to elope with him. But if Felix, instead of being a stranger, could be shown to have been not only desperately in love with, but actually formally engaged to the mistress of the house, how tremendously the possibilities of such an elopement would be strengthened. What a picture a clever counsel could draw of this lady, tied to a man whom perhaps she detested, and with whom life in such case must have been an endless misery, brought unexpectedly in touch with the man of her real choice. And her lover, his crushed-down feelings swelling up at the unlooked-for meeting, seeing her languishing in this bondage. Why, the elopement would be amply accounted for. To Clifford it seemed that if the Crown got hold of the facts he had learnt, Felix was a doomed man. Indeed, the more he himself thought of the affair, the more doubtful of the artist's innocence he became. As far as he could see, Felix had only one uncontrovertible point in his favour: his surprise on seeing the cask opened. And this would prove a matter of medical testimony, and no doubt there would be contradictory evidence. The lawyer could see very little light even here. And then he reminded himself it was not his business to try Felix. Innocent or guilty, he, Clifford, was there to do the best he could for him. But what form was that best to take? Till the morrow had dawned, he sat smoking in his chair, turning the case over in his mind, looking at the problem from every point of view, still without much result. But though he could not yet see the line his defence should follow, he was clear enough about his immediate next step. Obviously he must first see Bonchose, Mrs. Murphy, and the other persons of whom Felix had spoken, not only to test the latter's story, but also in the hope of learning some new facts. Accordingly, next morning saw the lawyer ascending the steps of the house in Kensington in which the apartments of Mr. Pierre Bonchose were situated. But here he met with a disappointment. Mr. Bonchose had gone to the south of France on business and would not be home for 3 or 4 days. That explains why he has made no attempt to see Felix since his arrest, said the lawyer to himself, as he turned away and hailed a taxi with the idea of a call on the charwoman. An hour later he reached the small village of Brent on the Great North Road, and was directed to Mrs. Murphy's cottage. The door was opened by a woman who had been tall, but was now shrunken, her sharp, careworn features and grey hair indicating that her life had been a struggle against odds. "Good morning," began the lawyer, courteously raising his hat. "You are Mrs. Murphy?" "I am, sir," returned the woman. "And would you come in?" "Thank you." He followed her into the small, poorly furnished living room, and sat cautiously down on the somewhat dilapidated chair she pulled forward. "You know, I suppose," he went on, "that your neighbour, Mr. Felix of St-Malo, has been arrested on a very serious charge." "'Deed then I do, sir, and sorry I was to hear of it. A fine, decent man he was, too." "Well, Mrs. Murphy, my name is Clifford, and I am the lawyer who is going to defend Mr. Felix. I wonder if you'd be good enough to answer some questions to help me in his defence." "I would, sir, be glad to do it." "You managed the house for him recently while his housekeeper was away?" "I did, sir." "And when did Mr. Felix ask you to do that?" "On Sunday evening, sir. I was just thinking of going to bed when he came to the door." "Now tell me, please, exactly what you did each day at St-Malo." "I went in the morning, sir, and lit the fire and got his breakfast. Then I did out his room and washed up and left his lunch ready. He got his own lunch himself in the middle of the day and went into London for dinner at night." "I see. At what hour did you reach the house in the mornings?" "About 7 o'clock. I called him at 7:30, and he had breakfast at 8. "And about what hour did you leave?" "I could hardly be sure, sir. About 10:30 or 11, or maybe later." "Can you remember the Wednesday of that week? I suppose you were at St-Malo at 10 o'clock. "I was, sir. I was never left by 10 any morning." "Quite so. Now what I want to know is this. On that Wednesday morning, was Mr. Felix in the house at 10 o'clock? "So far as I know, he was, sir." But I want to be sure. Can you say positively he was there?" "Well, not to be certain, sir, I couldn't." "Now, Thursday, Mrs. Murphy. Did you see Mr. Felix on Thursday?" The woman hesitated. "I saw him 2 or 3 mornings," she said at last, "but I couldn't be sure whether it was on Thursday. It might have been, though." "You couldn't tell me at what hour he took his breakfast that morning?" "Well, I could not, sir." It was evident to Clifford that Mrs. Murphy, though an intelligent woman, would be no use to him as a witness. He remained at her house for a considerable time, was very probing and painstaking in his questions, but all to no purpose. While she corroborated what Felix had stated about his household arrangements, she dashed any hope the lawyer might have had of establishing an alibi. By the time he again reached the city, it was 1 o'clock. He decided he would lunch at the Gresham and pursue his investigations among the staff. The head waiter, with whom he began, could not himself give any information, but he took Felix's photo round among his men, and at last found one who had seen the artist. Felix, it appeared from this man's statement, had dined there one evening some 5 or 6 weeks previously. The man, an Italian, remembered him because he had first supposed him to be a compatriot. But unfortunately he could not fix the date, and no one else, so far as Clifford could learn, had seen the artist at all. Clifford had regretfully to admit that this evidence, like Mrs. Murphy's, was useless. In the lawyer's private judgment, it undoubtedly tended to confirm Felix's statement. and he found himself more and more inclined to believe the Frenchman. But a personal impression was one thing, and evidence in court of law another. On reaching his office, he wrote to Bonchose, asking him to call on urgent business immediately on his return to London. The next day saw him again at Brent Village. Felix had stated he had gone by train to town each evening of the fateful week, and it had occurred to the lawyer that possibly some of the railway officials might have noticed him travelling. He made exhaustive inquiries and at last found a ticket collector who volunteered some information. Felix said this man was a regular traveller. He went to town each morning by the 8:57 and returned at 6:50 each evening. But the collector had noticed that for some days he had not travelled by these trains, but instead gone up by the evening trains leaving Brent at either 6:20 or 6:47. The collector went off duty at 7 o'clock, so he could not tell anything about Felix's return, nor could anyone else so far as Clifford could ascertain. But unfortunately the collector could not state how long it was since the artist had changed his habits. Still less could he say if he travelled up to town on the Thursday evening in question. Clifford then strolled to St. Malo in the hope of finding it was overlooked by some other house, the occupants of which might have seen the artist on the fateful Thursday. But here again he was disappointed. There was no house in the immediate vicinity. Puzzled as to his next step, the lawyer returned to his office. He found pressing business of another kind awaiting him, and for the remainder of that day, as well as the next two, he was too fully occupied to turn his attention seriously to the murder case. On the morning of the fourth day there was a letter from Mr. Lucius Heppenstall, K.C. It was written from Copenhagen, and the barrister explained that he was in Denmark on business and hoped to be back in about a week, when he and Clifford could meet and go into the case together. Hardly had Clifford finished reading the letter when a young man was announced. He was tall and slight, with dark hair and eyes, a small black moustache and a short, hooked nose, which gave him something of the appearance of a hawk. "Bonchose," said Clifford to himself, and he was not mistaken. "You've not heard of Mr. Felix's arrest?" he asked, as he waved his visitor to an armchair and held out his cigarette case. "Not a word," replied Bonchose, speaking good English, but with a foreign accent. He had a quick, vivacious manner and moved sharply as if on wires. "I cannot tell you how utterly surprised and shocked I was to get your note. But the thing is perfectly absurd, outrageous. Anyone who knew Felix would know he could not commit such a crime. It is surely a misunderstanding that a very short time will clear up." "I fear not, Mr. Bonchose. I very much fear not. Unfortunately, the case against your friend is strong. The evidence is admittedly circumstantial, but it is strong for all that. Indeed, to be perfectly candid with you, I do not for the moment see any good line of defence." The young man made a gesture of amazement. "You horrify me, sir. Absolutely horrify me. Absolutely horrify me. You surely do not mean to suggest there is any chance of a conviction? I'm sorry to say that I do. There is a very great chance, unless a good deal more comes to light than we know at present." "But this is awful." He wrung his hands. "Awful. First it was poor Annette, and now Felix. But you don't mean that nothing can be done?" There was real concern and anxiety in the young man's tone. Mr. Clifford was satisfied. This man's affection for and belief in his friend were genuine. Felix could not be altogether a villain to inspire such friendship. The lawyer changed his tone. "No, Mr. Bonchose," he answered, "I do not mean that. All I mean is that the fight will not be easy. Mr. Felix's friends will have to put their backs into it. And it is to begin that fight I asked you to call here as soon as you returned." "I got back early this morning, and I was here before your office opened. Take that as a measure of my willingness to help." "I do not doubt it, Mr. Bonchose. And now I want you to please tell me everything you can about Mr. Felix, and your own life, where it has touched his. Also about your unhappy cousin, the late Madame Boirac." "I shall do so, and if at any point I am not clear, please ask me questions." Beginning by explaining who he and Annette really were.
A younger daughter,
Children,
and
a
the
younger
eldest
daughter,
son, respectively,
and
of the late Monsieur André Humbert of La Roche. He gave an account of their childhood, their early love of art, their moving to Monsieur Dauphin's school in
meeting
Paris,
with Felix,
the meeting
and
with Felix,
and the latter's love for Annette. Then he told of his move to the wine merchant's firm at Narbonne, his being sent to London, his joy at again meeting Felix, his weakness for cards, the help Felix had given him, and the recent serious money difficulties into which he had fallen. He recounted his having written on the matter to Annette, the hope expressed to Felix that he would see her on the subject, his meeting the artist at Charing Cross on the Sunday evening of his return to London, their dinner together, the receipt of the £600, and finally Felix's departure in a taxi for Saint-Malo. His whole statement, thought Clifford, was singularly like those of Mrs. Murphy, the Gresham waiter, and the ticket collector at Brent Station, in that while it confirmed what Felix had said and strengthened the lawyer's growing belief in the artist's innocence, it was of very little use for the trial. It was true that he, Clifford, was now in a position to prove most of Felix's statement, but the worst of it was that most of Felix's statement might be proved without proving Felix's innocence. So much so indeed that Clifford could not yet quite banish the suspicion that the whole thing was prearranged. He questioned Mr. Bonchose exhaustively, but without learning anything fresh. His visitor had not seen the artist on the Wednesday or Thursday, and could not help towards the alibi. Finding that nothing was to be gained by further conversation, Clifford bowed the young man out, having promised to let him know how things progressed. End of Chapter 23, read by Tim Rowe, in London, 2023.
Chapter 24 of The Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts. Mr. George's La Touche. Some days later, Mr. Clifford and Mr. Lucius Heppenstall, K.C., who were close personal friends, dined together at the former's residence, intending, afterwards, to have a long chat over the case. Mr. Heppenstall had returned from Denmark rather earlier than was expected, and had already studied the documents received from the prosecution, as well as Clifford's notes of what he had learnt. The two men had, together, interviewed Felix and Bonchose, and some other small inquiries had been made, the only point of importance discovered being that the late Miss Devine had crossed from Calais to Folkestone on the Sunday in question, and had been alone on deck, both her maids having been helplessly ill. The meeting on this evening was to formulate a policy, to decide on the exact line which the defence should take. The difficulty of this decision was felt by both men to be considerable. In their previous cases, there had nearly always been an obvious defence. Frequently, two distinct lines, or even three, had been possible, the problem then being the selection of the best. But here, their difficulty was to find any defence at all. "The first thing we must settle," said Heppenstall, throwing himself into an easy chair, "is whether we are going to assume this fellow Felix innocent or guilty. What is your own private opinion?" "I hardly know what to think," he answered finally. "I must admit that Felix's manner and personality impressed me favourably. He certainly told his story in a convincing way. Then these people that we have recently seen confirm a great deal of what he said. Further, they evidently like and believe in him. Look at Martin, for example. He is a noisy, blustering fellow, but he is no fool. He knows Felix well, and he believes in him to the extent of offering to guarantee our fees to get him off. All that must count for something. Then there is nothing inherently impossible in his story. It all might have happened just as he says. And lastly, his admitted shock when the cask was opened seems strongly in his favour. But? Well, there is all the rest of the case." "Then you have no private opinion?" "Not definitely. My opinion inclines towards innocence, but I am by no means sure." "I rather agree with you," remarked the K.C. Then, after a pause, "I have been thinking this thing over, and I don't for the life of me see a chance of clearing him on the evidence. It is too strong. Why, if it is true, it is overpowering. It seems to me our only hope is to deny the evidence." "To deny it?" "To deny it. You must admit that Felix is either guilty or the victim of a plot." "Of course." "Very well. Let us stick to that. The evidence is not genuine, because Felix is a victim of a plot. How does that strike you?" "Well, you know, I shouldn't be at all surprised if that was the actual fact. I've thought over it a good deal, And the more I think, the more I begin to doubt those things that were found at St. Malo. That letter from Emmy, the marks on the blotting paper, and the diamond pin, they all strike me as being a little too conclusive to be natural. Their very comprehensiveness suggests selection. Then, typewritten letters anyone can produce. No, I shouldn't wonder if you're on the right track. I think it's our best defense, anyway. I think it's our only defense. But, mind you, it's an easy theory to suggest, but a mighty hard one to establish. There's only one way, Heppenstall declared, pouring himself out some whiskey from the jar at his elbow. We must suggest the real murderer. If we must find the real murderer, we may as well let the case alone. If Scotland Yard and their Sûreté couldn't get him, we are not likely to. You haven't quite got me. I don't say we must find him. It will be enough to suggest him. All we have to do is to show that some other person had a motive for Madame's death, and could have murdered her and carried out the plot against Felix. A doubt would then arise as to which of the two was guilty, and, if that doubt was strong enough, Felix would get the benefit of it. But that makes our problem no easier. The difficulty still lies in the finding of this other person. We can only try. It may lead to something. Our first question, then, is, if Felix is innocent, who might be guilty? There was silence for several seconds. Then Heppenstall spoke again. Who, perhaps I should say, is least unlikely to be guilty? I think there can be only one answer to that, returned Clifford. In the very nature of the case, a certain suspicion must attach to Warraq. But the police were fully alive to that. From all we hear, they went into it thoroughly and came to the conclusion he was innocent. It depended on an alibi, but you know as well as I do, alibis can be faked. Undoubtedly, but they concluded this one wasn't. We don't know the exact details, but it seems to have been fully tested. At all events, from the information available, I think we may assume that if Felix is innocent, Warraq is guilty. There is no suggestion of any third party being involved. If, then, we can show that Warraq had a motive for the crime, and that he could have committed it, and made the plant, that's all we want. We have not to prove him guilty. I suppose that is so. Then our next point is, what might have been Warraq's motive? That's not hard to find. If Warraq found his wife was carrying on with Felix, it might explain his desire to kill her. Yes, and it would give a twofold reason for his working for Felix's conviction. First, self-defense by shifting over the suspicion, and second, revenge on the man who had spoilt his home. Quite. I think a plausible motive might be built up. Next, let us ask, when was the body put in the cask? The police say in London, because there was no opportunity elsewhere. Yes, and to me it seems a quite sound deduction. Now, if that is true, it follows that if Warraq killed his wife, he must have traveled here to do it. But the alibi? Leave the alibi for a moment. Our defense must be that Warraq followed his wife to London and murdered her there. Now, can we suggest possible details? He would arrive at his house on that Sunday morning and find his wife gone, and a letter from her saying she had eloped with Felix. What, then, would he do? Clifford leaned forward to stir the fire. I have thought over that, he said, somewhat hesitatingly, and I have worked out a possible theory. It is, of course, pure guesswork, but it fits a number of the facts. Let's hear it. Naturally, our theories, at present, can only be guesswork. I imagine Warraq, then, mad with his discovery on the Sunday morning, sitting down and working out a plan for vengeance. He perhaps goes on that morning to the Gare du Nord, and possibly sees them start. He follows them to London, or, at least, he sees and follows Felix. Madame may have gone by another route. By the time he finds they have reached St. Malo, his plan is worked out. He learns they are alone in the house, and he watches till he sees them go out. Then he enters by, say, an open window, and, sitting down at Felix's desk, he forges a letter to Dupierre, ordering the companion statue to that he has already purchased. He does this in order to obtain a cask in which to pack Madame's body, as he intends to murder her. To throw suspicion on Felix, he copies the artist's handwriting and dries it on its blotting paper. For the same reason, he signs it with Felix's name. But he does not give Felix's address, as he wants to get the cask himself. "Good," interjected Heppenstall. He then comes away with his letter, posts it, telephones to Paris to know when and by what route the cask is being sent, and arranges a carter to meet it and bring it near, but not to St. Malo, instructing the carter to await him. Meantime, in some letter or telegram or other trick, he gets Felix out of the way, leaving Madame alone in the house. He rings, she opens the door, he forces his way in, and in that little round-backed chair in the study he throttles her. The pin falls out of the neck of the dress and lies unnoticed. Then he goes back to the carter and brings the cask into the yard. He sends a carter to the nearest inn for his dinner, unpacks and destroys the statue, and packs the body. By this time, the carter has returned, and Barak has him remove the cask, giving him instructions to send it to Paris next morning. To compromise Felix still further, he has prepared the Emmy note, and he shoves this into the pocket of Felix's clothes. "Good," said Heppenstall again. He goes himself to Paris, gets hold of the cask at the Gare du Nord, and sends it to Felix from the Rue Cardinet goods station. He works out a tricky letter which will have the effect of making Felix claim the cask. Felix does so, and the police get on his track. "By George, Clifford, you haven't been idle. I shouldn't wonder if you are pretty near the thing. But if all that had taken place at St. Malo, do you think Felix wouldn't have said something about it?" "I think he would have. On the other hand, he may have wanted to save Madame's memory, and if so, he obviously couldn't mention it." "What about the charwoman?" "Well, that is another difficulty, but I think a clever woman could have hidden her traces." "The theory accounts for a great many things, and I think we must adopt it as a basis for investigation. Let us see now what it involves." "It involves Barak having been in London on the Sunday night or Monday after the dinner party to learn what had taken place and to write his letter, and again on the Wednesday to commit the murder and arrange about the cask." "Quite. It seems to me, then, our first business is definitely to find out where Barak was on these dates." "He satisfied the police he was in Paris and Belgium." "I know, but we agreed alibis could be faked. We'd better have the thing gone into again." "It will mean a detective." "Yes, and what about Touche?" "Touche is the best man we could have, of course, but he's fairly expensive." Heppenstall shrugged his shoulders. "Can't help that," he said. "We must have him." "Very well, I'll ask him to meet us. Shall I say at 3 tomorrow?" "That will suit me." The two men continued discussing the affair until the clock struck 12, when Heppenstall made a move to return to town. Mr. Georges Latouche was commonly regarded as the smartest private detective in London. Brought up in that city, where his father kept a small foreign bookstore, he learned till he was 12 the English language and ideas. Then, on the death of his English mother, the family moved to Paris, and Georges had to adjust himself to a new environment. At 20, he entered Cook's office as a courier, and, learning successively Italian, German, and Spanish, he gradually acquired a first-hand acquaintanceship with Middle and Southwestern Europe. After some 10 years of this work, he grew tired of the constant traveling, and, coming to London, he offered his services to a firm of well-known private detectives. Here, he did so well that on the death of the founder, some 15 years later, he stepped into his place. He soon began to specialize in foreign or international cases, for which his early training peculiarly fitted him. But he was not much in appearance. Small, sallow, and slightly stooped, he would have looked insignificant, only for the strength of the clear-cut features and the intelligence of the dark, flashing eyes. Years of training had enabled him to alter his expression and veil these telltale signs of power, and he had frequently found the weak and insipid impression thus produced an asset in allaying the suspicions of his adversaries. His delight in the uncommon and bizarre had caused him to read attentively the details of the Cask mystery. When, therefore, he received Clifford's telephone asking him to act on behalf of the suspected man, he eagerly agreed and cancelled some minor engagements in order to meet the lawyers at the time appointed. The important question of fees having been settled, Clifford explained to the detective all that was known of the case, as well as the ideas he and Heppenstall had evolved with regard to the defense. "What we want you to do for us, Mr. Latouche," he wound up, "is to go into the case on the assumption that Boirac is the guilty man. Settle definitely whether this is a possible theory. I think you will agree that this depends on the truth of his alibi. Therefore, test that first. If it cannot be broken down, Boirac cannot be guilty, and our line of defense won't work. And I need hardly say, the sooner you can give us some information, the better. You have given me a congenial task, gentlemen, and if I don't succeed, it won't be for want of trying. I suppose that is all today? I'll go over these papers and make the case up. Then I fancy I'd best go to Paris. But I'll call in to see you, Mr. Clifford, before I start." Latouche was as good as his word. In 3 days he was again in Clifford's room. "I've been into this case as far as is possible this side of the Channel, Mr. Clifford," he announced. "I was thinking of crossing to Paris tonight." "Good. And what do you think of it all?" "Well, sir, it's rather soon to give an opinion, but I'm afraid we're up against a tough proposition." "In what way?" "The case against Felix, sir. It's pretty strong. Of course, I expect we'll meet it all right, but it'll take some doing. There's not much in his favor, if you think of it." "What about the shock he got when the cask was opened? Have you seen the doctor about it?" "Yes. He says the thing was genuine enough, but, sir, I'm afraid that won't carry us so far as you seem to think." "To me it seems very strong. Look at it this way. The essence of a shock is surprise. The surprise could only have been at the contents of the cask. Therefore, Felix did not know the contents. Therefore, he could not have put the body in. Therefore, surely, he must be innocent?" "That sounds all right, sir, I admit, but I'm afraid a clever counsel could upset it. You see, there's more than surprise in a shock. There's horror. And it could be argued that Felix got both surprise and horror when the cask was opened." "How, if he knew what was in it?" "This way, sir. What was in it was hardly what he was expecting. It might be said that he put in the body as he had seen the lady alive. But she had been dead for a good many days when the cask was opened. She would look a very different object. He would be filled with horror when he saw her. That horror, together with the fact that he would be all keyed up to act surprised in any case, would produce the effect." Clifford had not thought of this somewhat gruesome explanation, and the possibility of its truth made him uncomfortable. If the strongest point in Felix's favor could be met as easily as this, it was indeed a black lookout for his client. But he did not voice his doubts to his visitor. "If you can't get enough to support the defense we suggest," he said, "we must just try some other line." "I may get what you want all right, sir. I'm only pointing out that the thing is not all plain sailing. I'll cross, then, tonight, and I hope I may soon have some good news to send you." "Thank you. I hope so." The 2 men shook hands, and Latouche took his leave. That night he left Charing Cross for Paris. End of chapter 24, read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 4, 2023.
Chapter 25 of The Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Willis Crofts. Chapter 25. Disappointment. La Touche was a good traveller, and usually slept well on a night journey, but not always. It sometimes happened that the rhythmic rush and roar through the darkness stimulated rather than lulled his brain, and on such occasions, lying in the wagon-leats of some long-distance express, more than one illuminating idea had its birth. Tonight, as he sat in the corner of a first-class compartment in the Calais-Paris train, though outwardly a lounging and indolent figure, his mind was keenly alert, and he therefore took the opportunity to consider the business which lay before him. His first duty, obviously, was to retest Boirec's alibi. He had learnt what the authorities had done in the matter, and he would begin his work by checking Lafarge's investigation. For the moment, he did not see how to improve on his confrere's methods, and he could only hope that some clue would present itself during his researches, which his predecessor had missed. So far, he was in no doubt as to his proceedings, for this inquiry into Boirec's alibi had been directly asked for by his employers. But after that, he had been given a free hand to do as he thought best. He turned to what he considered the central feature of the case, the finding of the body in the cask, and began to separate in his mind the facts actually known about it from those assumed. First, the body was in the cask when the latter reached St. Catherine's docks. Secondly, it could not have been put in during the journey from the Rue Cardanet goods station. So much was certain. But the previous step in the cask journey was surmise. It was assumed that it had been taken from the Gare du Nord to the Rue Cardanet on a horse-cart. On what was this assumption founded? 3 facts. First, that it left the Gare du Nord on a horse-cart. Second, that it reached the Rue Cardanet in the same manner. And third, that such a vehicle would have occupied about the time the trip had actually taken. The assumption seemed reasonable, and yet he had to remember that they were up against a man of no ordinary ability, whoever he might be. Might not the cask have been taken by the first horse-cart to some adjoining house or shed where the body could have been put in, then sent by motor lorry to some other shed near the goods station, and there transferred to a horse-cart again? This undoubtedly seemed far-fetched, and unlikely. Nevertheless, the facts were not known, and, he thought, they should be. He must find the carter who brought the cask to the goods station. Then he would be certain where the body was put in, and therefore whether the murder was committed in London or Paris. He noted a third point. The various letters in the case, and there were several, might or might not be forgeries, and if the former, it was obviously impossible for him to say offhand who had written them. But there was one letter which could not be a forgery, at least in a certain sense. The Lagouterie letter which Felix said he had received was done on a typewriter which could be identified. It was hardly too much to assume that the man who typed that letter was the murderer. Find the typewriter, thought La Touche, and the chances are it will lead to the guilty man. A further point struck him. If Boirec were guilty, might he not even yet give himself away? The detective recalled case after case in his own experience in which a criminal had, after the crime, done something or gone somewhere that had led to his arrest. Would it be worth while having Boirec shadowed? He considered the question carefully, and finally decided to bring over 2 of his men for this purpose. Here, then, were 4 directions in which inquiries might be made, of which the first 3 at least promised a certain and definite result. As the train slackened speed for the capital, he felt his work was cut out for him. And then began a period of tedious and unprofitable work. He was very efficient, very thorough, and very pertinacious, but the only result of all his painstaking labors was to establish more firmly than ever the truth of Boirec's statements. He began with the waiter at Charenton. Very skilfully he approached the subject, and, painting a moving picture of an innocent man falsely accused of murder, he gradually enlisted the man's sympathy. Then he appealed to his cupidity, promising him a liberal reward for information that would save his client. And finally he soothed his fears by promising that in no case should any statement he might make get him into trouble. The waiter, who seemed a quiet, honest man, was perfectly open, and readily replied to all La Touche's questions, but except on one point he stoutly adhered to his previous statement to Lafarge. Monsieur Bourrac, whom he identified unhesitatingly from a photograph, had lunched in the café about 1:30, and had then telephoned to 2 separate places. He had heard the 2 numbers asked for. As before, he made the reservation that he was not certain of the day of the week, his impression having been that it was Monday and not Tuesday, but he stated that in this he might easily be mistaken. There was no shaking his evidence, and La Touche was strongly of the opinion that the man was speaking the truth. But as well as repeating his statement to Lafarge, the waiter added one item of information that seemed important. Asked if he could not recall either of the numbers demanded, he now said he recollected the last 2 figures of one of them. They were 45. They caught his attention because they were the café's own telephone number, Charenton 45. He could not recall either the previous figures of the number nor yet the division. He had intended to tell this to Lafarge, but being somewhat upset by the detective's call, the point had slipped his memory, and it was only when thinking the matter over afterwards it had occurred to him. For La Touche to look up in the telephone directory was the work of a few seconds. The number of Bourrac's house in the Avenue de la Alma did not suit, but when he looked up the pump construction office, he found it was Nord 745. Here was fresh confirmation. It was obvious the waiter could not have invented his tale, and La Touche left utterly convinced that Bourrac had indeed lunched at the café and sent the messages. As he was returning to the city, it occurred to him that perhaps the waiter's impression was really correct, and that Bourrac had been in the café on Monday afternoon instead of Tuesday. How was this point to be ascertained? He recollected how Lafarge had settled it. He had interviewed the persons to whom Bourrac had spoken, the butler and the head clerk, and both were certain of that date. La Touche decided he must follow Lafarge's example. Accordingly, he called at the house in the Avenue de l'Alma and saw Francois. He was surprised to find the old man genuinely grieved at the news of Felix's arrest. Few though the occasions had been in which the two had met, something in the personality of the former had, in this case, as in so many others, inspired attachment and respect. La Touche, therefore, adopted the same tactics as with the waiter, and on his explaining that he was acting for the suspected man, he found Francois anxious to give all the help in his power. But here again all that La Touche gained was confirmation of Bourrac's statement. Francois recollected the telephone message, and he was sure Bourrac had spoken. He positively recognized the voice, and equally positively he remembered the day. It was Tuesday. He was able to connect it with a number of other small events which definitely fixed it. Lafarge was right, thought the detective, as he strolled up the Avenue de l'Alma. Bourrac telephoned from Charenton at 2:30 on Tuesday. However, I may as well go through with the business. He turned his steps, therefore, toward the head office of the Avron Pump Construction Company. Repeating Lafarge's tactics, he watched till he observed Bourrac leave. Then he entered the office and asked if he could see Monsieur de Fresnay. "I'm afraid not, monsieur. I believe he has gone out," answered the clerk who had come over to attend to him. "But if you will take a seat for a moment, I shall ascertain." La Touche did as he was asked, looking admiringly round the large office with its polished teak furniture, its rows of vertical file cabinets, its telephones, its clicking typewriters, and its industrious and efficient-looking clerks. Now, La Touche was not merely a thinking machine. He had his human side, and, except when on a hot scent, he had a remarkably quick eye for a pretty girl. Thus it was that as this eye roamed inquisitively over the room, it speedily halted at and became focused on the second row of typists, a girl of perhaps 2 or 3 and 20. She looked, it must be admitted, wholly charming. Small, dark, and evidently vivacious, she had a tiny pointing mouth and an adorable dimple. Plainly dressed as became her businesslike surroundings, there was, nevertheless, a daintiness and chicness about her whole appearance that would have delighted an even more critical observer than the detective. She flashed an instantaneous glance at him from her dark, sparkling eyes, and then, slightly elevating her pert little nose, became engrossed in her work. "I am sorry, monsieur, but Monsieur de Fresnay has gone home slightly indisposed. He expects to be back in a couple of days, if you could conveniently call again." Touche hardly felt a proper appreciation of the clerk's promptness, but he thanked him politely and said he would return later. Then, with a final glance at an averted head of dark, luxuriant hair, he left the office. The chief clerk's absence was a vexatious delay. But, though it would hold up his work on the alibi for a day or two, he might begin on one of the other points which had occurred to him during the journey to Paris. There was, for example, the tracing of the carter who brought the cask from the Gare du Nord to the Rue Cardanet. He would see what could be done on that. Accordingly, he went out to the great goods station and, introducing himself to the agent in charge, explained his errand. The official was exceedingly polite, and, after some delay, the two porters whom Burnley and Lafarge had interviewed some weeks before were ushered into the room. Touche questioned them minutely, but without gaining any fresh information. They repeated their statement that they would recognize the carter who had brought the cask were they to see him again, but were unable to describe him more particularly than before. Touche then went to the Gare du Nord. He was fortunate in finding the clerk who had handed over the cask to the black-bidder Jacques de Belleville. But again he was disappointed. Neither the clerk nor any of the other officials he interviewed recollected the carter who had taken the cask, and none therefore could say if he was like the man who delivered it at the goods station. Baffled on this point, Touche turned into a café, and, ordering a bock, sat down to consider his next step. Apparently Lafarge had been right to advertise. He recollected from the report he had had from the authorities that all the advertisements had appeared in, among other papers, Le Journal. He determined he would see those advertisements in the hope of discovering why they had failed. He accordingly drove to the office of the paper and asked leave to look over the files. A slight research convinced him that the advertising had been thoroughly and skilfully done. He took copies of each fresh announcement. There were nearly a dozen. Then, returning to his hotel, he laid down on his bed and looked them over again. The paragraphs varied in wording, type, and position in the columns, but necessarily they were similar in effect. All asked for information as to the identity of a carter who, about 6 o'clock on Thursday, the 1st of April, had delivered a cask at the Rue Cardanet goods station. All offered a reward varying from 1,000 to 5,000 francs, and all undertook that the carter would not suffer from the information being divulged. After a couple of hours' hard thinking, Touche came to the conclusion that the advertising had been complete. He saw no way in which he could improve on what Lafarge had done, nor could he think of anything in the announcements themselves which might have militated against their success. To clear his brain, he determined to banish all thoughts of the case for the remainder of the day. He therefore went for a stroll along the boulevards, and after a leisurely dinner turned his steps toward the Folies Bergères, and there passed the evening. On his way home, it occurred to him that while waiting to interview Monsieur de Fresnay in the office of the Pump Construction Company, he might run over to Brussels and satisfy himself as to that part of Borac's alibi. Accordingly, next morning saw him entrained for the Belgian capital, where he arrived about midday. He drove to the Hotel Maximilian, lunched, and afterwards made exhaustive inquiries at the office. Here he saw copies of the visitors' returns which every Belgian hotel must furnish to the police, and satisfied himself absolutely that Borac had been there on the date in question. As a result of Lafarge's inquiries, the clerk recollected the circumstances of the pump manufacturer's telephone, and adhered to his previous statement in every particular. Touche took the afternoon train for Paris, considerably disappointed with the results of his journey. On the chance that the chief clerk might be back at work, he returned next day to the pump works. Again he waited till Borac had left, and again entered and asked for Monsieur de Fresnay. The same prompt clerk came forward to speak to him, and, saying that Monsieur de Fresnay had returned that morning, once more asked him to be seated while he took in his card. Touche then suddenly remembered the girl he had so much admired, but whose existence he had forgotten since his last visit. He glanced across the room. She was there, but he could not see her face. Something had evidently gone wrong with the splendid-looking machine which she, Touche whimsically wondered why you did not say played or drove, and she was bending over it, apparently adjusting some screw. But he had no time to pursue his studies of female beauty. The prompt clerk was back at his side almost immediately to say that Monsieur de Fresnay could see him. He accordingly followed his guide to the chief clerk's room. Monsieur de Fresnay was quite as ready to assist him as had been his other informants, but he could tell him nothing the detective did not already know. He repeated his statement to Lafarge almost word for word. He was sure Monsieur Boirac had telephoned about 2:30 on the Tuesday. He unmistakably recognized his voice, and he was equally certain of the date. Touche regained the street and walked slowly back to his hotel. It was beginning to look very much as if the alibi could not be broken, and he was unable for the moment to see his next step in the matter. Nor had any information resulting from the labors of Mallet and Farrell, the two men he had brought over to shadow Boirac. Up to the present, the latter had been most circumspect, not having been anywhere or done anything in the slightest degree suspicious. As Touche wrote a detailed report of his proceedings to Clifford, he felt for the first time a distinct doubt as to the outcome of his investigations. End of Chapter 25. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 26 of The Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rashim Saleh. The Cask by Freeman Wolves Crofts. A clue at last. Touche, having finished his report, put on his hat and sailed forth into the Rue de la Fayette. He intended, after posting his letter, to cross to the south side and spend the evening with some friends. He was not in an agreeable frame of mind. The conclusion to which he was apparently being forced would be a disappointment to Clifford, and if the theory of Boirac's guilt broke down, he saw no better than the solicitor what defense remained. He sauntered slowly along the pavement, his mind brooding almost subconsciously on the case. Then, noticing a letter-box on the opposite side of the street, he turned to cross over. But as he stepped off the sidewalk, an idea flashed into his mind, and he stopped as if shot. The typewriter the pretty girl in Boirac's office had been using was a new machine. Touche was an observant man, and he had noted the fact, as he habitually noted small details about the objects he saw. But not until this moment did he realize the tremendously suggestive deduction which might be made from the fact. Lafarge, in his search for the machine on which the legatier's letter had been typed, had obtained samples from all the typewriters to which Boirac, so far as he could ascertain, had access. But what if that new machine replaced an old? What if that old machine had typed the legatier letter and had been then got rid of so that samples taken by suspicious detective might be supplied from some other typewriter? Here was food for thought. If he could prove anything of this kind, he need to have no fear of disappointing his employer. He put the new report back in his pocket till he could adjust himself to this new point of view. And then he had a revulsion of feeling. After all, offices must necessarily procure new typewriters. And there was no reason in this case to suppose a machine had been purchased otherwise than in the ordinary course of business. And yet, the idea was attractive. He decided he might as well make some inquiries before forwarding his report. It would be a simple matter to find out when the new machine was purchased, and if the date was not suspicious, the matter could be dropped. He considered the best way of ascertaining his information. His first idea was to meet the typist and ask her the direct question. Then he saw that if her answer supported his theory, not only would further inquiries be necessary, but no hint that these were being made must reach Boirac. It must, therefore, be better to try diplomacy. To Touche, diplomatic dealing was second nature, and he was not long in devising a plan. He looked at his watch. It was 5:15. If he hurried, he might reach the pump-works before the pretty typist left. From the window of the cafe, which had so often served in a similar capacity, he watched the office staff take their departure. For a long time his victim did not appear, and he had almost come to the conclusion she must have gone. when he saw her. She was with 2 other girls, and the 3, after glancing round the street, tripped off daintily citywards. When they had gone a fair distance, Touche followed. The girls stood for a moment at the Simplon station of the metro, then the pretty typist vanished down the steps, while the others moved on along the pavement. Touche sprinted to the entrance, and was in time to see the grey dress of the quarry disappearing down the passage labelled Port d'Orleans. He got his ticket and followed to the platform. There was a fairly dense crowd, and after locating Mademoiselle, he mingled with it, keeping well back, out of sight. A train soon drew up, and the girl got in. Touche entered the next carriage. Standing at the end of his vehicle, he could see her through the glass between the coaches without, he felt sure, being himself visible. 1, 2, 5 stations passed, then she got up and moved towards the door ready to alight. Touche did the same, observing from the map in the carriage that the next station was not a junction. As the train jerked and groaned to a standstill, he leaped out and hurried to the street. Crossing rapidly, he stopped at a kiosk and asked for an evening paper. Bending over the counter of the stall, he saw her emerge up the steps and start off down the street. He remained on the opposite side, cautiously following, until, after about 2 blocks, she entered a small, unpretentious restaurant. "If she is going to dine alone," thought Touche, "I am in luck." He waited till she would have probably reached her 2nd or 3rd course, and then entered the building. The room was narrow, corresponding to the frontage, but stretched a long way back, the far end being lighted with electric lamps. A row of marble-topped tables stretched down each side, with 6 cane chairs at each. Mirrors flamed in dingy white and gold lined the walls. At the extreme back was a tiny stage on which an orchestra of 3 girls was performing. The place was about half full. As Touche's quick eye took in the scene, he noticed the typist seated alone at a table 3 or 4 from the stage. He walked forward. "If Mademoiselle permits," he murmured, bowing but hardly looking at her, as he pulled out a chair nearly opposite her and sat down. He gave his order, and then, business being as it were off his mind, he relaxed so far as to look around. He glanced at the girl, seemed suddenly to recognize her, gave a mild start of surprise, and leant forward with another bow. "Mademoiselle will perhaps pardon if I presume," he said in his best manner, "but I think we have met before, or, if not quite, almost." The girl raised her eyebrows but did not speak. "In the office of Monsieur Boirac," went on the detective. "You would not, of course, notice, but I saw you there busy with a fine typewriter." Mademoiselle was not encouraging. She shrugged her shoulders, but made no reply. Touche had another shot. "I am perhaps impertinent in addressing Mademoiselle, but I assure her no impertinence is meant. I am the inventor of a new device for typewriters, and I try to get opinion of every expert operator I can find on its utility. Perhaps Mademoiselle would permit me to describe it and ask hers." "Why don't you take it to some of the agents?" She spoke frigidly. "Because, Mademoiselle," answered Touche, warming to his subject, "I am not quite certain if the device could be sufficiently valuable. It would be costly to attach, and no firm would buy unless it could be shown that operators wanted it. That is what I'm so anxious to learn." She was listening, though not very graciously. Touche did not wait for a reply, but began sketching on the back of the menu. "Here," he said, "is my idea." And he proceeded to draw and describe the latest form of tabulator with which he was acquainted. The girl looked at him with scorn and suspicion. "You're describing the Remington tabulator," she said coldly. "Oh, but pardon me, Mademoiselle. You surely don't mean that. I have been told that this is quite new." "You have been told wrongly. I ought to know, for I have been using one of the very same as what you say is yours for several weeks." "You don't say so, Mademoiselle. That means that I have been forestalled and all my work has been wasted." Latouche's disappointment was so obvious that the girl thawed slightly. You'd better call the Remington depot and ask to see one of their new machines. Then you can compare the tabulator with yours. Thank you, mademoiselle. I'll do so tomorrow. Then you use the Remington? Yes, a number 10. Is that an old machine? Pardon my questions, but have you had it long? I can't tell you how long it has been at the office. I'm only there myself, 6 or 7 weeks. 6 or 7 weeks? And the murder took place just over 6 weeks before. Could there be a connection, or was this mere coincidence? It must be a satisfaction to a man of business, Latouche went on conversationally as he helped himself to wine, when his business grows to the extent of requiring an additional typist. I envy Monsieur Boirac his feelings when he inserted his advertisement nearly as much as I envy him when you applied. You have wasted your envy then, returned the girl in chilly and contemptuous tones, for you are wrong on both points. Monsieur Boirac's business was not extended, for I replaced a girl who had just left, and no advertisement was inserted as I went to Monsieur Boirac from the Michelin School in the Rue Scribe. Latouche had got his information, at least all he had expected, from this girl. He continued the somewhat one-sided conversation for some minutes, and then with a courteous bow left the restaurant. He reached his hotel, determined to follow the matter up. Accordingly, next morning saw him repeating his tactics of the previous evening. Taking up his position in the restaurant near the pump works shortly before midday, he watched the staff go for dejeuner. First came Monsieur Boirac, then Monsieur Dufresne, and then a crowd of lesser lights, clerks and typists. He saw his friend of the night before with the same 2 companions, closely followed by the prompt clerk. At last the stream ceased, and in about 10 minutes the detective crossed the road and once more entered the office. It was empty except for a junior clerk. "Good morning," said Latouche affably. "I was called to ask whether you would be so good as to do me a favor. I want a piece of information for which, as it may give you some trouble to procure, I will pay 20 francs. Will you help me?" "What is the information, monsieur?" asked the boy. He was little more than a boy. "I am a manager of paperworks, and I am looking for a typist for my office. I am told that a young lady typist left here about 6 weeks ago." "That is true, monsieur. Mademoiselle Lambert." "Yes, that is the lady's name," returned Latouche, making a mental note of it. "Now," he continued confidentially, "can you tell me why she left?" "I think she was dismissed, monsieur, but I never really understood why." "Dismissed?" "Yes, monsieur. She had some row with Monsieur Boirac, our managing director. I don't know. None of us know what it was about. I had heard she was dismissed, and that is why I was interested in her. Unfortunately, my business is not for the moment as flourishing as I should wish. It occurred to me that if I could find a typist who had some blot on her record, she might be willing to come to me for a smaller salary than she would otherwise expect. It would benefit her as well as me, as it would enable her to regain her position." The clerk bowed without comment, and Latouche continued. "Then the information I want is this. Can you put me in touch with this young lady? Do you know her address?" The other shook his head. "I fear not, monsieur. I do not know where she lives." Latouche affected to consider. "Now, how am I to get hold of her?" he said. The clerk, making no suggestion, he went on after a pause. "I think if you could tell me just when she left, it might help me. Could you do that?" "About 6 weeks ago. I can tell you the exact day by looking up the old wages sheets if you don't mind waiting. Will you take a seat?" Latouche thanked him and sat down, trusting the search would be concluded before any of the other clerks returned. But he was not delayed long. In 3 or 4 minutes the boy returned. "She left on Monday, the 5th of April, monsieur." "And was she long with you?" "About 2 years, monsieur." "I am greatly obliged." "And her Christian name was?" "Aloys, monsieur. Aloys Lambert." "1,000 thanks. And now I have just to beg of you not to mention my visit, as it would injure me if it got out that my business was not too flourishing. Here is my debt to you." He handed over the 20 francs. "It is too much, monsieur. I am glad to oblige you without payment." "A bargain is a bargain," insisted the detective, and, followed by the profuse thanks of the young clerk, he left the office. "This grows interesting," thought Latouche, as he once more emerged into the street. Boyrac dismisses a typist on the very day the cask reaches St. Catherine's docks. Now I wonder if the new typewriter made its appearance at the same time. I must get hold of that girl Lambert. But how was this to be done? No doubt there would be the record of her address somewhere in the office, but he was anxious that no idea of his suspicions could leak out, and he preferred to leave that source untapped. What, then, was left to him? He could see nothing for it but an advertisement. Accordingly, he turned into a cafe and, calling for a bock, drafted out the following: "If Mademoiselle Alois Lambert, stenographer and typist, will apply to Monsieur Georges Latouche, Hotel Suisse, Rue de la Fayette, she will hear something to her advantage." He read over the words. Then a thought struck him, and he took another sheet of paper and wrote: "If Mademoiselle Alois Lambert, stenographer and typist, will apply to Monsieur Guillaume Fenouil, Hotel Saint Antoine, she will hear something to her advantage." If Boyrac should see the thing, there is no use in my shoving into the limelight, he said to himself. I'll drop Georges Latouche for a day or two and try the Saint Antoine. He sent this advertisement to several papers, then, going to Hotel Saint Antoine, engaged a room in the name of Monsieur Guillaume Fenouil. "I shall not require it till tomorrow," he said to the clerk, and next day he moved in. During the morning there was a knock at the door of his private sitting room, and a tall, graceful girl of about 25 entered. She was not exactly pretty, but exceedingly pleasant and good-humored looking. Her tasteful, though quiet, dress showed that she was not in need as a result of losing her situation. Latouche rose and bowed. "Mademoiselle Lambert," he said with a smile, "I am Monsieur Fenouil. Won't you sit down?" "I saw your advertisement in Le Soir, monsieur, and here I am." "I am much indebted to you for coming so promptly, mademoiselle," said Latouche, reseating himself, "and I shall not trespass long on your time. But before explaining the matter, may I ask if you are the Mademoiselle Lambert who recently acted as typist at the Abrat Works?" "Yes, monsieur. I was there for nearly 2 years." "Forgive me, but can you give any proof of that? A mere matter of form, of course, but in justice to my employers, I am bound to ask the question." An expression of surprise passed over the girl's face. "I really don't know that I can," she answered. "You see, I was not expecting to be asked such a question." It had occurred to Latouche that in spite of his precautions, Boyrac might have somehow discovered what he was engaged on and sent this girl with a made-up story. But her answer satisfied him. If she had been an impostor, she would have come provided with proofs of her identity. "Ah, well," he rejoined with a smile, "I think I may safely take the risk. May I ask you another question? Was a new typewriter purchased while you were at the office?" The surprise on the pleasant face deepened. "Why, yes, monsieur. A number 10 Remington." "And can you tell me just when?" "Easily. I left the office on Monday, 5th April, and the new machine was sent 3 days earlier, on Friday, the 2nd. Here was news indeed. Latouche was now in no doubt about following up the matter. He must get all the information possible out of this girl, and the need for secrecy would make him stick to diplomacy. He smiled and bowed. "You will forgive me, mademoiselle, but I had to satisfy myself you were the lady I wished to meet. I asked you these questions only to ensure that you knew the answers. And now I shall tell you who I am and what is the business at issue. But first, may I ask you to keep all I may tell you secret?" His visitor looked more and more mystified as she replied, "I promise, monsieur." Then I may say that I'm a private detective, employed on behalf of the typewriter company to investigate some very extraordinary, I can only call them frauds, which have recently been taking place. In some way, which up to the present we have been unable to fathom, several of our machines have developed faults which, you understand, do not prevent them working, but which prevent them being quite satisfactory. The altering of tensions and the slight twisting of type to put them out of alignment are the kind of things I mean. We hardly like to suspect rival firms of practicing these frauds to get our machines into disfavor, and yet it is hard to account for it otherwise. Now, we think that you can possibly give us some information, and I am authorized by my company to hand you 100 francs if you will be kind enough to do so." The surprise had not left the girl's face as she answered, "I should have been very pleased, monsieur, to tell you all I knew without any payment, had I known anything to tell, but I am afraid I don't. I think, mademoiselle, you can help us if you will. May I ask you a few questions?" "Certainly." "The first is, can you describe the machine you used prior to the purchase of the new one?" "Yes, it was a No. 7 Remington." "I did not mean that," answered Touche, eagerly noting this information. "I knew that, of course, as it is this No. 7 machine I am inquiring about. What I meant to ask was, had it any special marks or peculiarities by which it could be distinguished from other No. 7s? "Why, no, I don't think so," the girl answered thoughtfully. "And yet there were. The letter S on the S key had got twisted round to the right, and there were 3 scratches here." She indicated the side plate of an imaginary typewriter. "You would then be able to identify the machine if you saw it again?" "Yes, I certainly should." "Now, mademoiselle, had it any other peculiarities, defective letters, or alignment, or anything of that kind?" "No, nothing really bad. It was old and out of date, but quite good enough." Monsieur Boirac, of course, thought otherwise, but I maintain my opinion. "What did Monsieur Boirac say exactly?" "He blamed me for it, but there wasn't anything wrong, and if there had been, it wasn't my fault." "I'm sure of that, mademoiselle, but perhaps you would tell me about it from the beginning?" "There's not much to tell. I had a big job to do, typing a long specification of a pumping plant for the XXIX, and when I had finished, I left it as usual on Monsieur Boirac's desk. A few minutes later, he sent for me and asked how I came to put such an untidy document before him. I didn't see anything wrong with it, and I asked him what he complained of. He pointed out some very small defects, principally uneven alignment, and 1 or 2 letters just a trifle blurred. You really would hardly have seen it. I said that wasn't my fault, and that the machine wanted adjustment. He said I had been striking while the shift key was partly moved, but, Monsieur Fanul, I had been doing nothing of the kind. I told Monsieur Boirac so, and then he apologized and said I must have a new machine. He telephoned there and sent to the Remington people, and the No. 10 came that afternoon." "And what happened to the old No. 7? "The man that brought the new one took the old away." "And was that all that was said?" "That was all, monsieur." "But pardon me, I understood you left owing to some misunderstanding with Monsieur Boirac." The girl shook her head. "Oh, no," she said. "Nothing of the sort. Monsieur Boirac told me the following Monday, that is, 2 days after the typewriter business, that he was reorganizing his office and could do with a typist less. As I was the last arrival, I had to go. He said he wished to carry out the alterations immediately so that I might leave at once. She gave me a month's salary instead of notice, and a good testimonial which I have here. We parted quite friends." The document read, "I have pleasure in certifying that Mademoiselle Alois Lambert was engaged as a stenographer and typist in the head office of this company from August 1910 till 5th April 1912, during which time she gave every satisfaction to me and my chief clerk. She proved herself diligent and painstaking, thoroughly competent in her work, and of excellent manners and conduct. She leaves the firm through no fault of her own, but because we are reducing staff. I regret her loss and have every confidence in recommending her to those needing her services. Signed, Raoul Boirac, Managing Director." "An excellent testimonial, mademoiselle. Touche commented. Pray excuse me for just a moment. He stepped into the adjoining bedroom and closed the door. Then taking a sample of Boyrak's writing from his pocketbook, he compared the signature with that of the testimonial. After a careful scrutiny, he was satisfied the letter was genuine. He returned to the girl and handed her the document. Thank you, mademoiselle. Now, can you recall one other point? Did you, within the last 3 or 4 weeks, type a letter about some rather unusual matters? About someone winning a lot of money in the state lottery, and about sending this packed in a cask to England? Never, monsieur, asserted the typist, evidently completely puzzled by the questions she was being asked. Touche watched her keenly and was satisfied she had no suspicion that his business was other than he had said. But he was nothing if not thorough, and his thoroughness drove him to make provision for suspicions which might arise later. He therefore went on to question her about the No. 7 machine, asking whether she had ever noticed it had been tampered with, and finally saying he believed there must have been a mistake, and that the machine they had discussed was not that in which he was interested. Then, after obtaining her address, he handed her the 100 francs, which, after a protest, she finally accepted. Now, not a word to anyone, if you please, mademoiselle, he concluded as they parted. His discoveries, to say the least of it, were becoming interesting. If Mademoiselle Lambert's story was true, and he was strongly disposed to believe her, Monsieur Boyrak had acted in a way that required some explanation. His finding fault with the typist did not seem genuine. In fact, to Touche it looked as if the whole episode had been arranged to provide an excuse for getting rid of the typewriter. Again, the manufacturer's dismissal of his typist at a day's notice was not explained by his statement that he was about to reorganize his office. Had that been true, he would have allowed her to work her month's notice, and, even more obviously, he would not have immediately engaged her successor. As Touche paid his bill at the hotel, he decided that though there might be nothing in his suspicions, the matter was well worth further investigation. He therefore called a taxi and was driven to the Remington typewriter depot. I want, he said to the salesman who came forward, to buy a second-hand machine. Can you let me see some? Certainly, monsieur. We will step this way. They went to a room at the back of the building, where were stored a vast assemblage of typewriters of all sizes and in all states of repair. Touche, inquiring as to prices and models, moved slowly about, running his quick eye over the machines, looking always for one with a twisted S key. But, search as he would, he could not find what he wanted, nor could he find any No. 7s. These machines were all more modern. He turned at last to the shopman. These are all rather expensive for me. I should explain that I am the principal of a commercial school, and I merely want a machine on which beginners could learn the keys. Any old thing would do if I could get it cheap. Have you any older machines? Certainly, monsieur. We have several quite good No. 7s, and a few No. 5s. Come this way, please. They went to a room devoted to a more antiquated specimens. Here, Touche continued his investigations, searching always for the twisted S. At last he saw it. Not only was the letter turned to the right, but on the side plate were the 3 scratches mentioned by Mademoiselle Lambert. I think that one would suit, he said. Could you get it down and let me have a look at it? He went through the pretense of examining it with care. Yes, he said. This will do if it works all right. I should like to try it. He put in a sheet of paper and typed a few words. Then drawing out his work, he examined the letters and alignment. As he looked at it, even his long experience scarcely prevented him giving a cry of triumph. For, to the best of his belief, this was the machine on which the Legautier letter had been typed. He turned again to the shopman. That seems all right, he said. I'll take the machine, please. He paid for it and obtained a receipt. Then he asked to see the manager. I'm going to ask you, monsieur, he said, when he had drawn that gentleman aside, to do me a rather unusual favor. I have just bought this machine, and I want you to see it before I take it away, and if you will be so kind to give me some information about it. I shall tell you in confidence why I ask. I am a detective, employed on behalf of a man charged with a serious crime, but who I believe is innocent. A certain letter, on the authorship of which his guilt largely depends, was written, if I'm not mistaken, on this machine. You will forgive me if I do not go into all the particulars. An adequate identification of the typewriter is obviously essential. I would therefore ask you if you would be kind enough to put a private mark on it. Also, if you would tell me how it came into your possession, I should be more than obliged. I shall do what you ask with pleasure, monsieur, returned the manager, but I trust I shall not be required to give evidence. I do not think so, monsieur. I feel sure the identity of the machine will not be questioned. I make my request simply as a matter of precaution. The manager, with a small center punch, put a few spots on the mainframe, noting the machine's number at the same time. Now you want to know where we got it, he went on to Touche. Excuse me a moment. He disappeared to his office, returning in a few minutes with a slip of paper in his hand. The machine was received from the Avrod Pump Construction Office. He referred to the paper. On 2nd April last, it was supplied to the firm several years earlier, and on the date mentioned they exchanged it for a more up-to-date machine, a number 10. I am extremely obliged, monsieur. You may trust me to keep you out of the business if at all possible. Calling a taxi, Touche took the machine to his hotel in the Rue de Lafayette. There he typed another sample, and, using a powerful lens, compared the letters with the photographic enlargements he had obtained from the Legatier type. He was satisfied. The machine before him was that for which he had been in search. He was delighted at his success. The more he thought of it, the more certain he felt that Boirac's fault-finding was merely an excuse to get rid of the typewriter. And the manufacturer had dismissed Mademoiselle Lambert simply because she knew too much. If inquiries were made in the office, he would be safer with her out of the way. And as to Boirac's deeper object, so far as the detective could see, there could only be one explanation. Boirac knew the Legatier letter was done on that machine. And if he knew, did it not follow that he had sent the letter to Felix? And if he had sent the letter, must he not be guilty? To Touche, it began to look like it. Then a further point struck him. If Boirac were guilty, what about the alibi? The alibi seemed so conclusive. And yet, if he were innocent, what about the typewriter? There seemed to be no escape from the dilemma, and Touche was horribly puzzled. But as he thought over the matter, he began to see that the discovery of the typewriter did not so greatly help his client after all. Though at first sight it had seemed to indicate Boirac's guilt, second thoughts showed him that the manufacturer could make a very good case for himself. He could stick to the story told by Mademoiselle Lambert, that the type was in point of fact not good enough for his work. He could say plausibly enough that for some time he had wanted a machine with a tabulator, and that the bad alignment had only brought the matter to a head. Then, with regard to the typist, though the girl seemed quiet and truthful, goodness only knew what she might not be holding back. On her own showing, she had had exchanges of opinion with her employer, and she might have been very impertinent. At all events, Boirac could give his own version of what took place, and no one would know the truth. Further, he could account for his testimonial by saying that while he disliked the girl and wished to be rid of her, he did not want to injure her permanently. He might even admit falsely telling the girl he was going to reorganize his office in order to smooth over her leaving. With regard to the Legatier letter, Boirac could simply deny knowledge, and Touche did not see how he could be contradicted. It could even be argued that Felix might have bribed a clerk to copy the letter for him on that machine as to throw suspicion on Boirac. If Felix were guilty, it would be a likely enough move. At last, Touche came to the definite conclusion that he had not enough evidence either to convict Boirac or clear Felix. He must do better. He must break the alibi and find the Carter. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of The Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Willis Crofts. Chapter 27. La Touche's Dilemma. That night, La Touche could not sleep. The atmosphere was sultry and tense. Great masses of blue-black clouds climbing the southwestern sky seemed to promise a storm. The detective tossed from side to side, his body restless, his mind intently awake and active. Then an idea suddenly occurred to him. He had been mentally reviewing the wording of the various advertisements Lafarge had inserted for the carter. These, he recalled, were all to the effect that a reward would be paid for information as to the identity of the carter who had delivered the cask at the Rue Cardanet goods station. Who, he thought, in the nature of things could answer that? Only, so far as he could see, two people, the carter himself and the man who engaged him. No one else would know anything about the matter. Of these, obviously the latter was not going to give the affair away, nor would the carter if the other paid him well or had some hold over him. This, thought La Touche, may be why these advertisements have all failed. So far he had got when his illuminating idea struck him. The fault of these advertisements was that they had appealed to the wrong people. Instead of appealing to the carter, could his associates not be approached? Or rather his employer, for it was obvious that neither Borac nor Felix could be his employer, except in the case of this one job. He jumped out of bed, turned on the light, and began to draft a circular letter. "Dear Sir," he wrote, "an innocent man is in danger of conviction on a murder charge for want of certain evidence. This could be supplied by a carter, a clean-shaven, sharp-featured man with white hair. If you have, or had last March, such a man in your employment, or know of such, I most earnestly beg you to advise me. I am a private detective, working on behalf of the accused man. I guarantee no harm to the carter. On the contrary, I am willing to pay all men who answer the description 5 francs if they will call on me here any evening between 8 and 10, as well as 500 francs to the man who can give me the information I require." Repeating the maneuver he had employed in the case of the advertisement for Mademoiselle Lambert, La Touche did not add his own name and address. He signed the note Charles Epée, and headed it Hôtel d'Arles, Rue de Lyon. Next morning he took his draft to a manufactory of office supplies, and arranged for copies to be made and posted to the managers of all the carding establishments in Paris, the envelopes being marked confidential. Then he went on to the Rue de Lyon, and in the name of Charles Epée, engaged a room at the Hôtel d'Arles. Taking the metro at the Place de la Bastille, he returned to the goods station in the Rue Cardanet. There, after a considerable delay, he found his 2 friends, the porters who had unloaded the cask on that Thursday nearly 2 months before. Explaining that he expected the carter he was in search of to call at his hotel on some evening in the early future, he offered them 5 francs a day to sit in his room between 8 and 10 p.m. to identify the man should he arrive. To this the porters willingly agreed. That evening they had their first meeting, but without success. No clean-shaven, white-haired, sharp-featured carters turned up. When La Touche returned to his Rue de Lafayette hotel, he found a letter from Clifford. The police had made 2 discoveries. The first La Touche had realized they were bound to make sooner or later. They had learnt of Felix's identity with the art school student who had been in love with the late Mademoiselle Borac, and of the short-lived engagement between the two. All the assistance which these facts gave the prosecution was therefore now at the disposal of the authorities. The second piece of information was that Inspector Burnley had found the carter who had taken the cask from Waterloo on the Wednesday morning of the fateful week, and delivered it at Charing Cross next morning, for, it seemed, both these jobs had been done by the same man. It appeared that about 7:30 on the Tuesday evening of that week, a dark, foreign-looking man with a pointed black beard had called at the office of Messrs. Johnson, the large carding agents in Waterloo Road, and had hired a dray and man for the 2 following days, as well as the use of an empty shed for the same period. He had instructed the carter to meet him at Waterloo Station at 10 o'clock next morning, Wednesday. There, on the arrival of the Southampton boat train, he had claimed the cask and had it loaded up on the dray, as was already known. The vehicle had been taken to the shed, where it had been left, the horse having been sent back to the stable. The black-bearded man told the driver he might take the remainder of the day as a holiday, but he wanted him to return on the following morning, Thursday, take the cask to Charing Cross, and there book it to Paris. He had handed him the amount of the freight, as well as 10 shillings for himself. Upon the man asking where in Paris the cask was to be sent, the other had told him he would leave it properly addressed. This he had done, for next morning the cask had a new label, bearing the name of Jacques de Belleville, Cloakroom, Gare du Nord. The carter had then left the black-bearded man in the shed with the cart and cask. Next morning he had booked the latter to Paris. Asked if he could identify the black-bearded man, the carter had said he believed he could, but he failed to do so. On being taken to see Felix, he stated the artist was like the dark foreigner, but he would not swear he was the same man. This news interested Touche greatly, and he sat smoking into the small hours, seeing how far he could work these new facts into the theories of the crime which he and Clifford had discussed. If the prosecution were correct, Felix must have been the man who called at the cartage establishment at 7:30 on Tuesday evening. He would therefore have had undisputed possession of the cask from about 11 a.m. on the Wednesday until, say, 7 on the following morning, and there were two obvious ways in which he could have put in the body. Either he could have procured another horse and taken the cask to St. Malo, where, in the privacy of the walled yard, he could have removed the statue and substituted the body, returning the cask to the shed by the same means, or he could have hidden the body in his two-seater and run it to the shed, making the exchange there. Unfortunately, Touche saw, the facts he had just learned would fit only too well with the theory of Felix's guilt. On the other hand, they supplied another period for which an alibi might be found for the artist, at 7:30 on Tuesday night. But, remembering his own and Clifford's researches into the manner in which Felix spent that week, Touche was not hopeful of help there. The detective then turned his thoughts to Clifford's theory of Borac's guilt, and immediately he saw how the news crystallized the issue of the alibi. Up to the present, the alibi had been considered as a whole, the portions which had been tested and those which had not, alike included. Generally speaking, it had been argued that if Borac was in Paris and in Belgium during the fateful days, he could not have been in London. But now here was a direct issue between definite hours. At 7:30 on the Tuesday evening the bearded man was at Johnson's in the Waterloo Road. At 2:30 that same day Borac was at Charlton. Touche looked up his Continental Bradshaw. A train arrived at Victoria at 7:10, which would just enable a traveller from Paris to reach the carding contractors at the hour named. But that train left Paris at 12 noon. Therefore it was utterly and absolutely out of the question that Borac could be the man. But then there was the typewriter. Touche was back on the horns of the old dilemma. If Borac was guilty, how did he work the alibi? If innocent, why did he get rid of the typewriter? He almost writhed in his exasperation. But it only made him more determined than ever to reach a solution, cost him what it might of labor and trouble. The next evening he set off to the Hotel de l'Arles, in the Rue de Lyon, to await with the goods yard porters the coming of sharp-featured carters with white hair. A number of replies to his circular had come in. Some were merely negative, the recipients having written to say that no carter answering to the description was known to them. Others stated they knew men of the type required, mentioning names and addresses. Touche made lists of these, determining to call on any who did not come to see him at the hotel. While he was engaged in this work, his first visitor was announced. This man was clean-shaven and white-haired, but the sharpness of his features was not much in evidence. The porters immediately gave the prearranged sign that this was not the man, and Touche, handing him his 5 francs, bowed him out, at the same time noting him, seen, on his list. After he left came another and another, till before 10 o'clock they had interviewed no less than 14 men. All of these more or less completely answered the description, but all the porters instantly negatived. The following evening 11 called, and the next 4, with the same result. On the third day there was another letter from Clifford. The lawyer wrote that he had been greatly struck by the intelligence of the carter who had carried about the cask in London. Surprised at so superior a man holding such a position, he had brought him to his house in the hope of learning his history, and there he had made a discovery of the highest importance, and which, he thought, would lead them direct to the end of their quest. The carter, John Hill, had been quite ready to tell his story, which was as follows. Until 4 years previously, Hill had been a constable in the Metropolitan Police. He had a good record, and, he had believed, a future. Then he had had an unfortunate difference with his superior officer. Hill did not give the particulars, but Clifford understood it was a private matter and concerned a girl. But it led to a row during hours of duty, in which Hill admitted having entirely forgotten himself. He had been dismissed, and, after a long and weary search, could find no better job than he now held. "But," wrote Clifford, "it's an ill wind, etc. This curious history of Hill's is the thing that will settle our case. He has been trained in observation, and he observed something about the man with the cask that will definitely settle his identity. When he was paying him, he noticed on the back of the first joint of his right forefinger a small scar as if from a burn. He says he is sure of this mark, and can swear to it. I asked him if he had told the police. He said not, that he didn't love the police, and that he had answered what he had been asked and nothing more. When he understood I was acting against the police, he volunteered the information, and I could see that he would be glad to give evidence that would upset their conclusions." Clifford had then done the obvious thing. He had gone to inspect Felix's finger, and he had found there was no mark on it. At first, to Touche, this seemed the end of the case. This man's evidence definitely proved Felix innocent. His next business would be to examine Borac's hand, and if the mark was there, the matter was at an end. But, as he thought over it, he saw that this was indeed far from being the fact. There was still the alibi. As long as that stood, a clever counsel would insist on Borac's innocence. To a jury, the thing would be conclusive, and this ex-policeman's evidence could be discarded. In fact, the very thing that had enabled them to get hold of it, the man's dislike of the official force, would minimize its value. It would be argued that Hill had invented the scar to upset the police case. By itself, a jury might not accept this suggestion, but the alibi would give it weight. In fact, would make it the only acceptable theory. However, the next step was clear. Touche must see Borac's hand, and if there was a scar, Hill must see it too. About 11 o'clock, therefore, the detective hailed a taxi with an intelligent-looking driver. Having reached the end of the Rue Championnet, he dismounted, explaining to the man what he wanted him to do. A few moments later found him once more seated in the window of the café, his eyes fixed on the pump construction office across the street. The taxi, in accordance with orders, drove slowly about, ready to pick him up if required. About 11:45, Borac came out and began walking slowly citywards. Touche quietly followed, keeping at the other side of the street, the taxi hovering close behind. Then the detective congratulated himself on his foresight, for, on Borac's reaching the end of the street, he hailed another taxi, and getting in, was driven rapidly off. It was the work of a couple of seconds for Touche to leap into his car and to instruct his driver to follow the other vehicle. The chase led down to the Grands Boulevards to Bellini's in the Avenue d'Opera. Here Borac entered, followed by his shadower. The great restaurant was about 3/4 full, and Touche from the door was able to see Borac taking his seat in one of the windows. The detective dropped into a place close to the cash desk, and adding table d'hôte lunch, insisted on getting the bill at once, on the grounds that his time was limited and that he might have to leave before finishing. Then he ate a leisurely lunch, keeping an eye on the manufacturer. That gentleman was in no hurry, and Touche had spent a long time over his coffee before the other made a move. A number of people were leaving the restaurant, and there was a very short queue at the cash desk. Touche so arranged his departure that he was immediately behind Borac in the queue. As the manufacturer put down his money, Touche saw his finger. The scar was there. Here at last is certainty, thought the detective as he drew back out of the other's sight. So Borac is my man after all. My work is done. Then the annoying afterthought arose. Was his work done? Was the proof he had got of Borac's guilt sufficient? There was still the alibi. Always that alibi loomed in the background, menacing his success. Though Touche had now no doubt Borac was the man the carter saw, he felt it would be more satisfactory if the two could be brought together in the hope of getting direct evidence of identity. As time was of value, he called up Clifford and rapidly discussed the point. It was agreed that, if possible, Hill should be sent to Paris by that evening's train. A couple of hours later there was a telegram from the solicitor that this had been arranged. Accordingly, next morning Touche met the English boat train at the Gare du Nord and welcomed a tall dark man with small, close-cut moustache. As they breakfasted, the detective explained what he wished done. "The difficulty is that you must see Borak without him seeing you," he ended up. "We do not want him to know we are on his trail." "I understand that, sir," returned Hill. "Have you any plan arranged for me?" "Not exactly, but I thought if you were to make up with a false beard and wear glasses, he wouldn't spot you. You could dress differently also. Then I think you might lunch in the same restaurant and come out behind him and see his hand when he's paying, same as I did." "That would do, sir, but the worst of it is I don't know my way about either in Paris or in a restaurant of that class." "You can't speak any French?" "Not a word, sir." "Then I think I had better ask my man, Mallet, to go with you. He could keep you straight, and you needn't talk at all." Hill nodded his head. "A good idea, sir." "Come, then, and let me get you a rig-out." They drove to shop after shop till the ex-policeman was supplied with new clothes from head to foot. Then they went to a theatrical property-maker, where a flowing black beard and long moustache were fitted on. A pair of clear glass pince-nez completed the purchases. When, an hour later, Hill stood in Touche's room dressed up in his new disguise, no one who had known him before would have recognized the ex-policeman, still less the London carter. "Capital, Hill," said Touche. "Your own mother wouldn't know you." The detective had sent a wire for his assistant, and Mallet was waiting for them. Touche introduced the two men and explained his plans. "We haven't much more than time," said Mallet, "so if you're ready, we'll go on." In something under 3 hours they returned. The expedition had been a complete success. They had gone direct to Bellini's, preferring to take the risk that the manufacturer did not lunch at the same place each day, rather than that of following him again. And they were not disappointed. Towards 12, Borak had entered and taken his seat at what was probably the same table in the window. On his rising to leave, they had repeated Touche's maneuver, and Hill, just behind him when he was paying, had seen his finger. Instantly he had identified the scar. Indeed, before seeing it, he had been sure from Borak's build and way of moving he was the man they sought. In the evening, Touche gave Hill a good dinner, paid him well, and saw him off by the night train to London. Then he returned to his hotel, lit a cigar, and lay down in his bed to wrestle again with the problem of the alibi. He now knew that the alibi was faked. Borak, beyond question, had been in London at 7:30 on the Tuesday evening. Therefore he could not have been at Charenton at 2. That was the ever-recurring difficulty, and he could see no way out. He took a piece of paper and wrote down the hours at which they definitely knew the manufacturer's whereabouts. At 7:30 on Tuesday evening he was in London at Johnson's cartering establishment in Waterloo Road. From 10 to 11 next morning, Wednesday, he was with Hill, getting the cask from Waterloo to the shed. He could not have left London in that interval, so this meant that he must have been in the English capital from 7:30 o'clock on Tuesday evening until 11 on Wednesday morning. Then he was at the Hotel Maximilian in Brussels at 11 on that same Wednesday evening. So much was certain beyond doubt or question. Did these hours work in? On Tuesday, frankly, they did not. What about Wednesday? Could a man who was in London at 11 in the morning be in Brussels at 11 the same evening? Touche got his Continental Bradshaw. Here it was. London to depart 2:20 p.m. Brussels arrive 10:25 p.m. That seemed all right. A traveller arriving by that train would reach the Hotel Maximilian about 11. Then Touche remembered that Borak's account of how he spent this day had not been substantiated. He had told Lafarge he had gone to his brother's house at Milane's, having forgotten that the latter was in Sweden. No confirmation of that statement was forthcoming. Neither the caretaker nor anyone else had seen the manufacturer. Touche was not long in coming to the conclusion he had never been there at all. No, he had crossed from London by the 2:20. Then the detective recalled the telephone. A message had been sent by Borak from one of the cafes in the old town, asking the hotel clerk to reserve a room. That call had been received about 8 o'clock. But at 8 o'clock Borak was not in the old town. He was on his journey from London. Touche took up his Bradshaw again. Where would a traveller by the 2:20 p.m. from Charing Cross be at 8 o'clock? And then, like a flash, he understood. The boat arrived at Ostend at 7:30 p.m., and the Brussels train did not leave until 8:40. He had telephoned from Ostend. So that was it. A simple plan, but how ingenious. And then Touche remembered that Lafarge had been quite unable to confirm the statement that Borak had dined at the café in the Boulevard Anspach, or had been present at Les Tournois in the Théâtre de la Monnaie. No, he was on the right track at last. The Wednesday now was accounted for, but there still remained the terrible difficulty of the Tuesday. What about the café at Charenton? And then Touche got another of his inspirations. He had solved the Wednesday telephone trick. Could that on Tuesday be explained in the same way? He had already noted that a traveller by the train leaving Paris at 12 noon and arriving at Victoria at 7:10 could just reach Waterloo Road by 7:30. Thinking again over the point, he suddenly saw the significance of the hour of the call at the carding establishment. It was late. A man wishing to do business there would have gone earlier had he been able. But this man was not able. He had only reached the city at 7:10. He turned back to the telephone calls. Where, he asked himself with growing excitement, would a passenger by the 12 noon from Paris be at 2:30? And then he was dashed with disappointment. That train did not reach Calais until 3:30 p.m., and at 2:30 it must have been running at full speed somewhere between Abbeville and Boulogne. Borak could not have telephoned from the train. Therefore he could not have travelled by it. Touche had hoped to find that, adopting the same maneuver on each day, the manufacturer had telephoned from some station en route, presumably Calais. But that, apparently, was not so. At the same time, the detective could not but feel he was getting near the truth. He looked at the timetable again. The train in question reached Calais at 3:31, and the boat left at 3:45. That was a delay of 14 minutes. Would there be time, he wondered, to make 2 long-distance calls in 14 minutes? Hardly, he thought. He considered what he himself would do if confronted with Borak's problem. And then suddenly he saw it. What could be more obvious than to go by an earlier train and to break the journey at Calais? How would this timetable work? Paris, departure at 9:50 a.m. Calais, arrive at 1:11 p.m. Calais, depart 3:45 p.m. Victoria, arrive 7:10 p.m. If Borak had done that, he would have had over 2.5 hours in Calais, which would have given him the opportunity he required. Touche believed he had reached the solution at last. But Borak had been actually seen telephoning from Charenton. For a moment the detective's spirits fell. But he felt he must be right so far. Some explanation of the difficulty would occur to him. And it did. The waiter had believed Borak was there on Monday. And he must have been. In some way he must have faked the telephoning. There could be nothing else for it. Another point occurred to him. Surely, he thought, the telephone operator always mentions the name of the calling town in interurban calls. If Borak had called up his office from Calais, would not the operator have said, "Calais wants you"? If so, how had the manufacturer been able to deceive his butler and chief clerk? This was undoubtedly a difficulty. But he put it on one side as he began to think how this new theory could be tested. First, he would go down to the Charenton waiter and explain the importance of settling the day on which Borak lunched. Perhaps the man would now be able to recall some circumstance which would make this clear. Next, he would find out from Francois and Dufresne whether any phrase such as "Calais wants you" had been used by the telephone operator. This inquiry, he noted, must be made with great skill, so as to avoid rousing Borak's suspicions should either man repeat the conversation. From the telephone central at Calais, if not at Paris, he could doubtless find if calls were made from the former town to the latter at the hour in question, and he might also find that someone answering to the description of Borak had made these calls. Finally, it might be possible at Ostend to get information about the Brussels call. Inquiries on these points should reveal enough to either confirm or disprove his theory. The next morning, therefore, saw Touche again in the café at Charenton in conversation with the waiter. "The point as to which day the gentleman was here has become important," he explained, "and I shall hand you another 20 francs if you can settle it." The man was evidently anxious to earn his money. He thought earnestly for some time, but at last had to confess he could recall nothing fixing the date. "Do you remember what he had to eat? Would that help you?" asked the detective. The waiter shook his head after consideration. "Or any matter of a clean cloth or napkin or anything of that kind?" "No." "Or any other person who was in at the same time, or to whom you may have spoken on the subject?" Again the man shook his head. Then suddenly a look of satisfaction passed over his face. "But yes, monsieur," he said eagerly, "I remember now. What you have just asked me brings it to my mind. Monsieur Pascal lunched also when the gentleman was here, and he noticed him and asked me if I knew who he was. Monsieur Pascal may be able to tell us." "Who is Monsieur Pascal?" "The apothecary, monsieur, from a dozen doors up the street. He comes here sometimes when madame goes shopping to Paris. If you like, monsieur, I will go with you to him and we can inquire." "I should be greatly obliged." A walk of a few yards brought them to the chemist's shop. Monsieur Pascal was a large, bald-headed man, with a high color and a consequential manner. "Good day, Monsieur Pascal," the waiter greeted him deferentially. "This gentleman is a friend of mine, a detective, and he is engaged on an inquiry of much importance. You remember the man with the black beard who was lunching in the café the last day you were in? He was sitting at the little table in the alcove, and then he began telephoning. You remember? You asked me who he was." "I remember," rumbled the apothecary in a deep bass voice. "And what of him?" "My friend here wants to find out what day he was at the café, and I thought perhaps you would be able to tell him." "And how should I be able to tell him?" "Well, Monsieur Pascal, you see it was on the same day that you were with us, and I thought maybe you would be able to fix that date, the day Madame was in Paris. You told me that." The pompous man seemed slightly annoyed, as if the waiter was taking a liberty in mentioning his personal concerns before a stranger. La Touche broke in with his smooth suavity. "If, Monsieur Pascal, you could do anything to help me, I should be more than grateful. I should explain to you that I am acting on behalf of an innocent man," and he drew a pathetic picture of the evil case in which Felix found himself, ending up by delicately insinuating that a reward for suitable information was not out of the reckoning. Monsieur Pascal thawed. "Permit me to consult Madame, monsieur," he said, and with a bow he withdrew. In a few moments he reappeared. "I can recollect the date now, monsieur. Madame had occasion to go to Paris to see her solicitor on business, and a note of the date was kept. It was Monday, the 29th of March last." "I cannot say, monsieur, how obliged I am to you," said La Touche in heartfelt tones, and by a sort of legerdemain, of which both participants remained profoundly unconscious, a 20-franc bill passed from hand to hand. La Touche was extraordinarily pleased. He had broken the alibi. Leaving the apothecary and waiter bowing and smiling as a result of their douceurs, La Touche turned his steps to the pier and took a river steamer to the Pont de la Mare. Walking up the avenue, he rang at Borac's and was soon closeted with Francois in his little room. "About that telephone message we were talking of the other day, Monsieur Francois," he remarked casually, when they had conversed on general subjects for some minutes. "I wasn't quite certain where you said Monsieur Borac was speaking from. My first recollection was that you said Calais. Then I wondered if it was not Charenton. I have to make a report of my proceedings, and I would like to get it as correct as possible." The butler looked surprised and interested. "It is curious, monsieur, that you should ask me that, for I don't remember mentioning anything about it. I also thought at first it was Calais. I thought the operator said Calais wants you, and I was surprised, for I did not know Monsieur Borac intended to leave Paris. But I was wrong, for when Monsieur Borac began to speak I asked him the direct question. 'You are speaking from Calais?' I said. 'No,' he answered, 'from Charenton.' I am sure now it was my mistake, and that what I thought was Calais was really Charenton. I'm not very quick, and on the telephone these names sound very much alike. Strange you're making the same mistake." "It is curious," admitted La Touche. almost like one of those extraordinary cases of thought transference you read of. However, I am obliged for your confirmation that it was Sherrington." And he diverted the conversation into other channels. His next visit was to the telephone central. Here at first they were not keen to give him any information, but on producing his card and confidentially explaining his business to the head of the department, he obtained what he wanted. Inquiries were made from Calais by wire, and after a considerable delay he was informed that at 2:32 and 2:44 on the Tuesday in question, calls were made on Paris. The demand came from the public call office and were for the following numbers: Passé 386 and Nord 745. When the Touche found from the directory that these numbers were those of Monsieur Borac's house and office respectively, he could hardly refrain from laughing aloud. "How, I wonder," he thought, "did Lafarge neglect so obvious a check on the Charrington messages?" Then it occurred to him that probably only interurban calls were so noted. The proof of his theory seemed so complete, he did not think it necessary to make inquiries at Ostend. Indeed, he believed his task was at last accomplished, and he began to consider an immediate return to London. End of chapter 27. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 28 of The Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts. Chapter 28. The Unravelling of the Web. When Touche solved the problem of how Boirac had faked his alibi, his first impression was that his work was done. But, as had happened so often before, second thoughts showed him that this was hardly the case. Though he had established Boirac's guilt to his own satisfaction, he doubted if he could prove it in court, and, indeed, the whole matter was still far from clear. He felt that if he could only find the carter who had brought the cask to the Rue Cardanet, he would reach certainty on at least some of the points which were puzzling him. He therefore decided to concentrate once more on this problem. Since the sending out of his circular to the managers of the various carting establishments in the city, he had interviewed no less than 27 more or less clean-shaven, white-haired, and sharp-featured carters, but all to no purpose. The man he wanted was not among them, and as answers to practically all his circulars had been received, he had reluctantly come to the conclusion his plan had failed. That evening, when Mallet called to make his customary report on Boirac's doings, the two men discussed the matter, and it was a remark dropped by his assistant that turned Latouche's thoughts to a point he had previously overlooked. "Why do you think he was employed by a cartage contractor?" Mallet had asked, and Latouche had been going to reply with some asperity that cartage contractors were not uncommonly found to employ carters, when the pertinence of the other's question struck him. Why, indeed? Of the thousands of carters in Paris, only a small proportion were employed by cartage firms. By far the greater number worked for specific businesses. Might not the man who brought the cask to the goods station belong to this class? And if so, might not this account for the failure of the original advertisements? If a carter were bribed to use his employer's vehicle for his own gain, he would not afterwards give the fact away. And to Latouche it seemed that such a move would be just what might be expected from a man of Boirac's mentality. But if this theory were correct, if the carter had thus been bound over to silence, how was the man to be discovered and the truth wrung from him? Latouche smoked 2 cigars over this problem, and then it occurred to him that the method he had already adopted was sound as far as it went. It merely did not go far enough. The only way in which he could ensure finding his hypothetical carter would be to send a circular to every employer in Paris. But that was too large an order. That night, he discussed the matter with the two porters, whom he found intelligent men and keenly interested in the inquiry. He made them describe the kind of cart the cask was brought in. Then, with a directory, he marked off the trades in which the employment of such a vehicle was likely. When he had finished, though some thousands of names were included, he did not think the number overwhelming. For a considerable time, he pondered the question of advertising his circular in the press. At last, he decided he could not do so. As if Boirac saw it, he would doubtless take precautions to prevent the truth becoming known. Touche therefore returned to the office of the Business Supplies Company and instructed them to send his circular to each of the thousands of employers in the selected trades, they tabulating the replies and giving him the summary. Though he was by no means sanguine of the success of this move, he felt it offered a chance. For the next 3 evenings, Touche and the porters had a busy time. White-haired carters turned up at the Hotel d'Arles literally in dozens, till the management threatened an ejectment and talked of a claim for fresh carpets. But all was fruitless. The man they wanted did not appear. On the 3rd day, amongst other letters sent on from the Business Supplies Company, was one which immediately interested Touche. Quote, "In reply to your circular letter of the 18th INST," end quote, wrote Messieurs Corot, fils of the Rue de Rivoli, quote, "We have a man in our employment who, at the end of March, answered your description. His name is Jean Dubois, of 18B Rue de Falaise, near Les Halles. About that time, however, he ceased shaving and has now grown a beard and mustache. We have asked him to call with you." End quote. Was it, thought Touche, merely a coincidence that this clean-shaven carter should begin to grow a beard immediately after the delivery of the cask? When 2 more days passed and the man did not turn up, Touche determined to call on him. Accordingly, the next evening, he arranged for Mallet and one of the porters to deal with the man at the Hotel d'Arles, while he himself, in company with the other, set out to find Dubois. The Rue de Falaise turned out to be a narrow, dirty street of high, somber buildings, with the word slum writ large across their grimy frontages. At 18B, Touche ascended and knocked at a ramshackle door on a dark stone landing. It was opened by a slatternly woman who stood, silently waiting for him to speak, in the gloom of the threshold. Touche addressed her with his usual suavity. "Good evening, madame. Is this where Monsieur Jean Dubois of Messieurs Corot fils lives?" The woman signified assent, but without inviting her visitor in. "I have a little job for him. Could I see him, please?" "He's not in, monsieur." "That's unfortunate for me, and for him too, I fancy. Can you tell me where I should find him?" The woman shrugged her shoulders. "I cannot tell, monsieur." She spoke in a dull, toneless way, as if the struggle for existence had sapped away all her interest in life. Touche took out a 5-franc piece and pushed it into her hand. "You get hold of him for me," he said. "I want this little job done, and he could do it. It'll get him into no trouble, and I'll pay him well." The woman hesitated. Then, after a few seconds, she said, "If I tell you where he is, will you give me away?" "No, on my honor. We shall have found him by accident." "Come this way, then, monsieur." She led them down the stairs and out again into the dingy street. Passing along it like a furtive shadow, she turned twice, then halted at the corner of a 3rd street. "Down there, monsieur." She pointed. "You see that cafe with the colored glass windows? He'll be in there." And without waiting for an acknowledgment, she slipped away, vanishing silently into the gloom. The two men pushed open the cafe door and entered a fairly large room dotted with small marble tables, with a bar in one corner and a dancing stage at the back. Seating themselves unostentatiously at a table near the door, they called for drinks. There were some 15 or 20 men and a few women in the place, some reading the papers, some playing dominoes, but most lounging in groups and talking. As Latouche's keen eye ran over the faces, he soon spotted his man.
"Is that he, Charcot?"
he asked, pointing to a small, unhealthy-looking fellow with a short, untidy white beard and mustache. The porter looked cautiously. Then he assented eagerly.
"It's the man, monsieur, I believe. The beard changes him a bit, but I'm nearly sure it's he."
The suspect was one of those on the outskirts of a group to whom a stout, fussy man with a large nose was holding forth on some socialistic subject. Latouche crossed over and touched the white-haired man on the arm.
"Monsieur Jean Dubois?"
The man started, and an expression of fear came into his eyes, but he answered civilly enough.
"Yes, monsieur, but I don't know you." "My name is Latouche. I want a word or two with you. Will you have a drink with me and my friend here?"
He indicated the porter, Charcot, and they moved over. The fear had left Dubois' eyes, but he still looked uneasy. In silence they sat down.
"Now, Dubois, what will you take?"
When the carter's wants were supplied, Latouche bent toward him and began speaking in a low tone.
"I dare say, Dubois, you already guess what I want, and I wish to say before anything else that you have nothing to fear if you are straight with me. On the contrary, I will give you 100 francs if you answer my questions truly. If not, well, I am connected with the police and will become better acquainted."
Dubois moved uneasily as he stammered.
"I don't know what you mean, monsieur." "So that there shall be no mistake, I shall tell you. I want to know who it was engaged you to take the cask to the Rue Cardonet goods station."
Latouche, who was watching the other intently, saw him start, while his face paled and the look of fear returned to his eyes. It was evident he understood the question. That involuntary motion had given him away.
"I assure you, monsieur, I don't know what you mean. What cask are you referring to?"
Latouche bent closer.
"Tell me, do you know what was in that cask? No? Well, I'll tell you. There was a body in it, the body of a woman, a murdered woman. Did you not guess that from the papers? Did you not realize that the cask you carried to the station was the one that all the papers had been full of? Now, do you want to be arrested as an accessory after the fact in a murder case?"
The man was ghastly, and beads of perspiration stood on his forehead. In a trembling voice, he began again to protest his ignorance. Latouche cut him short.
"Tut, man, you needn't keep it up. Your part in the thing is known, and if it wasn't, you would soon give it away. Dubois, you haven't red enough blood for this kind of thing. Be guided by me. Make a clean breast of it, and I'll give you the 100 francs. And, what's more, I'll do my best to help you out of your trouble with your employers. If you don't, you'll have to come along now to the Sûreté. Make up your mind quickly what you're going to do."
The man, evidently panic-stricken, remained silent. Latouche took out his watch.
"I'll give you 5 minutes,"
he said, and, leaning back in his chair, he lit a cigar. Before the time was up, the man spoke.
"If I tell you everything, will you not arrest me?"
His fright was pitiable.
"Certainly not. I don't want to do you any harm. If you give me the information, you go free with 100 francs in your pocket. But if you try to deceive me, You can explain your position tomorrow to the examining magistrate."
The bluff had its effect.
"I'll tell you, monsieur. I'll tell you the whole truth." "Good,"
said La Touche.
"Then we had better move to a more private place. We'll go to my hotel, and you, Charcot,"
he turned to the porter,
"get away back to the Rue de Lyon and tell Monsieur Mallet and your friend the man's found. Here's what I owe you, and a trifle more."
Charcot bowed and vanished, while La Touche and the carter, getting out into one of the larger streets, drove to the Rue de Lafayette.
"Now, Dubois,"
said the detective when they were seated in his room.
"I'm going to tell you the gospel truth, monsieur,"
began the carter, and from his earnest, anxious manner, La Touche believed him.
"And I'm not going to deny that I was in the wrong, even if I do get the sack over it. But I was fair tempted, and I thought it was an easy way to earn a bit of money without doing anyone any harm. For that's the fact, monsieur. What I did no harm to anyone. It was on Monday, monsieur, Monday the 29th of March, that I was out at Sheraton delivering goods for Messieurs Carreau. I stopped at a cafe there for a glass of beer. While I was drinking it, a man came up to me and asked, was that my cart? I said I was in charge of it, but it belonged to Messieurs Carreau. "I want a little job done with a cart," he says, "and it's not convenient for me to go into Paris to an agent's, and if you would save me the trouble by doing it for me, I'll pay you well." "I couldn't do that, monsieur," I says, "for if my employers got to know, they'd give me the sack." "But how would they know?" he asks. "I wouldn't tell them, and I guess you wouldn't either." "Well, monsieur, we talked on, and first I refused, but afterwards I agreed to do it. I admit I was using the cart like that, but he tempted me. He said it would only take about an hour, and he would give me 10 francs, so I agreed." "What was this man like?" "He was a middle-sized man, monsieur, with a black pointed beard, and very well dressed." "And what did he want you to do?" "On the next Thursday afternoon, at 4:30, I was to go to an address he gave me and load up a cask, and bring it to the corner of the Rue de Lafayette, close to the Gare du Nord. He said he would meet me there and tell me where to take it." "And did he?" "Yes, I got there first and waited about 10 minutes. Then he came up. He took the old label off the cask and nailed on another he had with him. Then he told me to take the cask to the State Railway goods station in the Rue Cardanay and book it to London. He gave me the freight as well as the 10 francs for myself. He said he should know if the cask did not get to London, and threatened that if I played any tricks, he would inform Messieurs Corot what I had done."
This statement was not at all what La Touche had expected, and he was considerably puzzled.
"What was the address he gave you at which you were to get the cask?" "I forget the exact address. It was from a large corner house in the Avenue d'Alma." "What?"
roared La Touche, springing excitedly to his feet.
"The Avenue de l'Alma, do you say?"
He laughed aloud. So this was it. The cask that went to St. Catherine's docks, the cask containing the body, had gone not from the Gare du Nord, but direct from Boirac's house. Fool that he was not to have thought of this. Light was at last dawning. Boirac had killed his wife, killed her in her own house, and had then packed her body in the cask, sending it direct to Felix. At long last, La Touche had got the evidence he wanted, evidence that would clear Felix, evidence that would bring Boirac to the scaffold. He was thrilled with his discovery. For a moment the whole affair seemed clear, but once again second thoughts showed him there was a good deal still to be explained. However, once he had got rid of this Dubois, he would see just where he stood. He questioned the carter exhaustively, but without gaining much further information. That the man had no idea of the identity of his seducer was clear. The only name he had got hold of was that of Dupierre, for Boirac had instructed him to say at his house that he had called for Messieurs Dupierre's cask. Asked if he had not seen the advertisements of rewards for the information he had now given, the man said he had, but that he was afraid to come forward. First, he feared he would lose his job if the matter came to his employer's ears, and then the very fact that so large a reward was offered had frightened him, as he assumed he had unwittingly helped with some crime. He had suspected the matter was one of robbery until he saw the discovery of the cask in the papers. Then he had at once guessed that he had assisted in the murderer to dispose of his victim's body, and he had lived in a veritable nightmare lest his share in the business should be discovered. Failing to get anything further out of him, Touche finally dismissed him somewhat contemptuously with his 100 francs. Then he settled himself to try and puzzle out his problem, and first to the movements of the cask. It had started from Boirac's house. How did it get there? Clearly from Dupierre's. It must have been the cask in which Boirac's statue had been sent home. That cask, then, left Dupierre's on the Saturday of the dinner party, reaching Boirac's house the same day. It lay there until the following Thursday. During that time, the statue was taken out and the body substituted. The cask then traveled to London, was taken by Felix to Saint-Malo, and finally got into the hands of the police at Scotland Yard. But then, what about the cask which was met at Waterloo and sent back from London to the Gare du Nord? This, Touche saw, must have been a different cask, and there must therefore have been two moving about, and not one as they had believed. He tried to follow the movements of this second cask. It left Dupierre's on the Tuesday evening, reached Waterloo on the following morning, and on next day, Thursday, was sent back to Paris, reaching the Gare du Nord at 4:45 p.m. It had always been assumed this cask went from there to the Rue Cardinal goods station. This was now proved to have been an error. Where, then, did it go? Like a flash, Touche saw. It had gone from the Gare du Nord to Dupierre's. He looked up his chronology of the case. Yes, a cask had been received by Dupierre on that Thursday evening, but they had believed it had come from Boirac's house. And then the whole diabolical plot began dimly to appear, as Touche endeavored to picture the scene which had probably taken place. Boirac, he conjectured, must have discovered his wife has eloped with Felix. Mad with jealousy and hatred, he kills her. Then, cooling down somewhat, he finds himself with the body on his hands. What is he to do with it? He thinks of the cask standing in the study. He sees that a better receptacle for getting the body out of the house could hardly be devised. He therefore unpacks the statue and puts in the body. The question then arises, where is he to send it? A horrible idea occurs to him. He will wreak his vengeance on Felix by sending it to him. And then a second idea strikes him. If he could arrange that the police would find the body in Felix's possession, would the artist not then be suspected and perhaps executed? Truly a ghastly vengeance. Boirac then types the Legoutillier letter and sends it to Felix with the idea of making the artist act in so suspicious a way that the police will interfere and find him with the body. So far, Touche felt his surmises had a ring of probability, but he was still puzzled about the second cask. But, as he turned the matter over in his mind, he gradually began to see light here, too. Boirac had received a cask from Dupierre with his statue, but as it had gone to Felix, he had no empty cask to send back in its place to the sculptors. He must return them an empty cask, or else suspicion falls on him at once. Where is he to get it? And then Touche saw that the whole business of the second cask must have been arranged simply to meet this difficulty. Boirac must have ordered it, forging Felix's handwriting. Touche recollected that order was written on the same paper as the Legoutillier letter, suggesting a common origin for both. Boirac met it in London, took it to the shed, there removed and destroyed the statue, and had the cask returned to Paris. At the Gare du Nord, he doubtless changed the labels, so that when it reached Dupierre's, it bore that with the address of his own house. The other label he must have altered from the Waterloo route to that of Long C. This would account for Dubois' statement that Boirac had changed the labels when he met him in the Rue de Lafayette, as well as for the curious faking of that described by the clerk Broughton. The more Latouche pondered over this theory, the more satisfied he became that he had at last reached the truth. But he had to admit that even yet there were several points he could not understand. When did the murder take place, and where? Did Madame really elope with Felix? And if so, did her husband bring her back alive or dead? How did the impression of the letter ordering the second statue come to be on Felix's blotting paper? If Madame was murdered in Paris, how did the jeweled pin reach Saint-Malo? But in spite of these and other difficulties, Latouche was more than pleased with his progress, and, as very late he went to his bedroom, he felt a short investigation should be sufficient to test his theory, as well as to clear up all that still remained doubtful. End of Chapter 28. Read by Carolyn Seyfarth, December 2023.
Chapter 29 of The Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts. A dramatic dénouement. 3 days after the finding of the carter Dubois and Latouche's discovery of what he believed was the true solution of the mystery, he received a letter which interested him considerably. It came by post to his hotel, and was as follows. Rue Saint-Jean, 1, Avenue de l'Alma, 26 May, 1912. Dear Monsieur, in connection with your calls here, and inquiries into the death of my late mistress, I have, just by accident, hit on a piece of information which I am sure would be of value to you. It explains the closing of the front door which, you will recollect, I heard about 1 a.m. on the night of the dinner party. I think it will have the effect of entirely clearing your client, though I am afraid it does not point to anyone else as the murderer. Monsieur Boirac is dining out tonight, and most of the servants are attending the marriage festivities of one of the housemaids. The house is, therefore, unprotected, and I cannot leave it to call on you, but if you could see your way to call here any time during the evening, I shall tell you what I have learnt. Yours respectfully, Henri François. Extraordinary, thought Latouche. How, when you get some information about a case, more nearly always comes in. Here I worked for ages on this case without getting any forwarder, and François made no discoveries to encourage me. Now, when I have almost solved it, and it no longer matters, he comes forward with his help. I suppose it's the inverse of misfortunes never coming singly. He looked at his watch. It was just 5 o'clock. Monsieur Boirac might not leave his home till nearly 8. If he went a few minutes past that hour, he could see François and hear his news. He wondered what the butler could have discovered. If it really did what he claimed, explain the closing of the front door, that would necessarily clear up much that was still doubtful about the events of that tragic night. Suddenly, an idea flashed into his mind. Was the letter genuine? He had never seen the butler's handwriting, and therefore could form no opinion from its appearance. But was the whole thing likely? Could it possibly be the work of Boirac? Might not the manufacturer have discovered that he, Latouche, was on his trail, and might not this be a trap? Could it be an attempt to lure him into a house in which he and his information would be at the manufacturer's mercy? This was a sinister idea, and he sat pondering its possibility for some minutes. On the whole, he was disposed to reject it. Any attempt on his life or liberty would be exceedingly risky for Boirac. If he really knew what had come out, his game would surely be to collect what money he could, and disappear while there was yet time. All the same, Latouche felt he should neglect no precaution for his own safety. He went to the telephone and called up the house in the Avenue de l'Alma. "Is Monsieur François there?" he asked when he had got through. "No, monsieur," was the reply. "He has gone out for the afternoon. He will be in about 7:30. "Thank you. Who is speaking, please?" "Jules, monsieur, the footman. I am in charge till Monsieur François returns." This was unsatisfactory, but quite natural and unsuspicious. Latouche felt fairly satisfied, and yet, almost against his will, a doubt remained. He thought he might be better with company, and made another call. "That you, Mallet? Which of you is off duty?" "You? Well, I want your company tonight on a short excursion. Will you call around for dinner here at 7, and we can go on afterwards?" When Mallet arrived, Latouche showed him the letter. The subordinate took precisely the same view as his chief. "I don't think it's a plant," he said, "but with Baraque you can't be too careful. I should bring your John Cockerel, or whatever you use, if I were you." "I'll do so," said the other, slipping an automatic pistol into his pocket. They reached the house in the Avenue de l'Alma about 8:15, and Latouche rang. To their surprise and disappointment, the door was opened by no less a person than Baraque himself. He seemed to be on the point of going out, as he wore his hat and a dark, caped overcoat which, open at the front, showed his evening dress. Round his right hand was tied a blood-stained handkerchief. He appeared annoyed, and as if his temper might give way at any minute. He looked inquiringly at the detectives. "Could we see Monsieur François, monsieur?" asked Latouche politely. "If you don't mind waiting a few minutes, certainly," answered Baraque. "I was just going out when I cut my hand, and I had to send him for a doctor to stop the bleeding. He will be back in a moment. If you like to wait, you can do so in his room, the 4th door on the right." Latouche hesitated a moment. What if it was a plant after all? Finding Baraque here alone was certainly suspicious, but the cut, at least, was genuine. Latouche could see the red stain slowly spreading across the handkerchief. "Well, messieurs, I'm sorry I can't hold the door open. Kindly either come in and wait, or, if you prefer it, call back later on." Latouche made up his mind. They were armed and on their guard. As he entered the hall, his left hand in his overcoat pocket crept to the handle of his magazine pistol, and he quietly covered the manufacturer. The latter closed the front door behind them and led the way to François' room. It was in darkness, but Baraque, entering before the others, turned on the light. "Come in and be seated, gentlemen, if you please," he said. "I should like a word with you before François returns." Latouche did not at all like the turn affairs were taking. Baraque's conduct seemed to him to grow more and more suspicious. Then he reflected again that they were 2 to 1, were armed, and keenly on their guard, and that there could be no cause for uneasiness. Besides, there could be no trap. Baraque had preceded them into the room. The manufacturer pulled together 3 chairs. "If you would kindly be seated, gentlemen, I would tell you what I want you to know." The detectives obeyed, Latouche still keeping his pistol turned on his host. "Gentlemen," went on the latter, "I owe you both a very full apology for having played a trick on you, but I am sure, when I have explained the extraordinary circumstances in which I am placed, you will hold me, if not justified, at least excused. And first, I must tell you that I know who you are, and on what business you came to Paris." He paused for a moment. Then the others not replying, he continued. "I happened to notice your advertisement, Monsieur Latouche, for Mademoiselle Lambert, and it set me thinking. And when I found, Monsieur Mallet, that you and your friend were shadowing me, I thought still more. As the result of my cogitations, I employed a private detective, and learnt from him the identity of both of you, and what you were engaged on. When I learnt that you had found Mademoiselle Lambert, I guessed you would soon discover the typewriter, and sure enough, my detective soon after reported that you had purchased a second-hand No. 7 Remington. Then I had the carter, Dubois, shadowed, and thus I learnt that you had discovered him also. I have to compliment you, Monsieur Latouche, on the cleverness with which you found out these matters." Again he paused, looking inquiringly and somewhat hesitatingly at the others. "Pray proceed, Monsieur Boirac," said Latouche at last. "First, then, I offer you my apologies for the trick played you. I wrote the note which brought you here. I feared if I wrote in my own name you would suspect some trick on my part and refuse to come. Not unnaturally, a suspicion of the kind did enter our minds," answered Latouche. "It is but fair to tell you, Monsieur Boirac, that we are armed." Latouche withdrew his automatic pistol from his pocket and laid it on a table at his hand. "And if you give either of us the slightest cause for anxiety, we shall fire without waiting to make inquiries." The manufacturer smiled bitterly. "I am not surprised at your suspicions. They are reasonable, though absolutely unfounded, and your precautions cannot therefore be offensive to me. As I tried to do everything thoroughly, I may admit this cut on my hand was also faked. I simply squeezed a tube of liquid red paint onto the handkerchief. I did it to account for my being alone in the hall when you arrived, which I thought necessary, lest you might refuse to enter." Latouche nodded. "Pray proceed with your statement," he said again. For a man of his years, Boirac looked strangely old and worn. His black hair was flecked with white, his face drawn and unhappy, and his eyes weary and sombre. Though he had been speaking quietly enough, he seemed deeply moved, and at a loss how to proceed. At last, with a gesture of despair, he went on. "What I have to say is not easy, but, alas, I deserve that. I may tell you at once, without any beating about the bush, I brought you here tonight to make my confession. Yes, gentlemen, you see before you the miserable, guilty man. I killed her, gentlemen. I did it that awful night of the dinner party. And since then I have never known one moment's ease. What I have suffered no living being could describe. I have been in hell ever since. I have aged more in these last few weeks than in 10 years of ordinary life. And now, when to the gnawings of remorse, the certainty of the result of your researches is looming before me, I can bear it no longer. The suspense must end. Therefore, after much thought, I have decided to make my confession." That the man was in earnest and his emotion genuine, Latouche could no longer doubt, but his suspicions still remained. He asked a question. "Why have you brought us here to tell us, Monsieur Boirac? Surely the obvious thing would have been for you to go to the Sûreté and see Monsieur Chauvet." "I know I should have done that, but this was easier. I tell you, gentlemen, it is bad enough to have to say this to you here, sitting quietly in my own house. There, with several and perhaps stupid officials, with typists, I just couldn't face it. What I want you to do is this. I will tell you everything. Any questions you ask, I will answer. Then I don't want to be bothered with it again. All I now hope for is that the end will come quickly. You do what is necessary, and at the trial I will plead guilty. You will agree? We will hear what you have to say. For that, at least, I am grateful." He pulled himself together with an obvious effort, and continued in a low tone, without showing very evident traces of emotion. "My statement, I fear, will be a long one, as I must tell you all that occurred from the beginning, so that you may understand what led up to this awful consummation. A great part of it you already know, how my wife and Felix fell in love at the art school, and how her father refused his consent to their marriage, then how I, too, fell a victim and asked her hand, how my suit was looked upon with favor, and I was misled, both by herself and her father, about what had taken place at the art school, and how, in short, we were married. And you know, too, I imagine, that our marriage, from the first, was a failure. I loved Annette intensely, but she never cared for me. We needn't go into it, but I soon saw that she had only married me in a fit of despair at her engagement being broken off. She did me the gravest wrong, though I admit I don't think she meant or realized it. We drifted farther and farther apart, till life together became insupportable. And then I met Felix and asked him to the house, not knowing, till weeks later, that he was the man who had been in love with my wife at the art school. But you must not think I have anything to say against the honor of either of them. My wife spoiled my life, it is true, but she did not elope with Felix, nor did he, so far as I know, ask her to. They were good friends, but, to the best of my belief, nothing more. That is the smallest and the only reparation I can make them, and I make it unreservedly. But with me, alas, it was different. Balked of any chance of happiness in my home through my wife's wicked action, I say it advisedly, her wicked action in marrying me while she loved another, I succumbed to the temptation to look elsewhere for happiness. I met, quite by accident, someone with whom I could have been happy. You will never learn who she was, or how I managed to meet her without being suspected. It is enough to say that things reached such a pass that this woman and I found we could no longer go on in the way we were, meeting by stealth, seeing each other only with carefully thought-out precautions. The situation was intolerable, and I determined to end it, and it was on the evening of the dinner party that I first saw the way. But here, before I go on to tell you the events of that terrible night, lest you might try to find this woman and saddle her with a part of the responsibility for what followed, let me tell you that here again I lost. The week after I destroyed my soul with the ghastly crime of which I will tell you, she got a chill. It turned to pneumonia, and in 4 days she was dead. I saw the judgment of heaven beginning, but that is for me alone. Her name, at any rate, is safe. You will never find it out." Barach's voice had fallen still lower. He spoke in a sort of toneless, numb way, as if mechanically, and yet his hearers could see that only his iron control prevented a breakdown. "On that night of the dinner party," he resumed, "I met Felix accidentally in the hall on his arrival, and brought him into my study to see an etching. It is true, we there spoke of the cask which had just arrived with my group, but I gave him no information such as would have enabled him to obtain a similar one. All that has been found out of the events of that evening up to the time that I left the works is true. It is true I thought at first I would be kept till late, and afterwards got away comparatively early. I actually left the works about 11, took the metro, and changed at Châtelet, as I said, but from there my statement to the police was false. No American friend clapped me on the back as I alighted there, nor did such a man exist at all. My walk with him to the Quai d'Orsay, our further stroll round the Place de la Concorde, his going by train to Orléans, and my walk home, all these were pure inventions on my part, made to account for my time between 11:15 and 1. What really happened during this time was as follows. I changed at Châtelet, taking the Maillot train for Alma, and walked home down the avenue. I must have reached my house about 20 minutes or 11:45. I took out my latchkey as I mounted the steps, and then I noticed that one of the slats of the Venetian blind of the drawing-room window, looking out towards the porch, had caught up at one end, and a long, thin, triangular block of light shone out into the night. It was just on the level of my eyes, and involuntarily I glanced through. What I saw inside stiffened me suddenly, and I stood looking. In an armchair in the farther part of the room sat my wife, and bending closely over her, with his back towards me, was Felix. They were alone, and, as I watched, a plan entered my mind, and I stood transfixed with my pulses throbbing. Was there something between my wife and Felix? And if not, would it not suit my purpose to assume there was? I continued looking in, and presently Felix rose to his feet, and they began talking earnestly, Felix gesticulating freely, as was his habit. Then my wife left the room, returning in a few moments, and handing him a small object. I was too far off to see what it was, but it seemed like a roll of banknotes. Felix put it carefully in his pocket, and then they turned and walked towards the hall. In a few seconds the door opened, and I shrank down into the shadows below the window-sill. "Oh, Leon," I heard my wife's voice, and it seemed charged with emotion. "Oh, Leon, how good you are! How glad I am you have been able to do this." Felix's voice showed that he also was moved. "Dear lady, is not such happiness to me? You know I am always at your service." He moved down the steps. "You'll write?" "Immediately," he answered, and was gone. As the door closed, a furious passion of hate burned up in me for this woman who had ruined my life, who had not only ruined it, but who was still blocking out any chance of happiness I might have had. And also, I furiously and jealously hated Felix for being the cause, however innocent, of my loss. And then, suddenly, I felt as if, perhaps I should say that I felt that, a devil had entered and taken possession of me. I became deadly cold, and I had the strange feeling that I myself was not really there, but that I was watching someone else. I slipped out my key, noiselessly opened the door, and followed my wife into the drawing-room. Her calm, nonchalant walk across the room roused me to still wilder fury. How well I knew her every motion! This was the way she would have turned to greet me when I arrived from the works, with cold politeness, when it might have been so different. She reached her chair in the corner of the room and turned to sit down. As she did so, she saw me. She gave a little scream. "Raoul, how you startled me!" she cried. "Have you just arrived?" I threw off my hat and she saw my face. "Raoul," she cried again, "what's the matter? Why do you look like that?" I stood and looked at her. Outwardly I was calm. Inwardly my blood whirled like molten metal through my veins, and my mind was a seething fire. "Nothing really," I said, and someone else seemed to be speaking in a voice I had never heard before, a hoarse, horrible voice. "Only a mere trifle. Only Madame entertaining her lover after her husband has come home." She staggered back as if from a blow, and collapsed into a chair, and turned her now pallid face to me. "Oh!" she cried in a trembling, choking voice. "Raoul, it's not true! It's not true, Raoul! I swear it! Don't you believe me, Raoul?" I stepped closer to her. My hate swirled up in a blinding, numbing, overwhelming passion. It must have shone in my eyes, for sudden fear leapt into hers. She tried to scream, but her dry throat produced only a piteous little cry. Her face had grown ghastly. Drops of sweat grew on her brow. I was close by her now. Instinctively, my hands went out. I seemed to feel her slender neck between them, with my thumbs pressing. She read my purpose, for a hideous terror shone in her eyes. Dimly I was conscious of her hands tearing at my face. I stopped. My brain was numb. I seemed to see myself from a great distance, standing, looking at her. She was dead. I hated her more than ever. I was glad to see her dead, to watch that horror still lingering in her eyes. And he? How I hated him, he who had lost me, my love, and spoilt my life. I would go now. I would follow him and I would kill him. Kill him as I had killed her. I stumbled blindly to find the door. And then the devil that possessed me suggested another plan. He had wanted her. Well, he would get her. If he couldn't have her alive, he could have the next best thing. He could have her dead. Monsieur Boirac paused. He had been speaking in a high-pitched voice, and gesticulating as if overwhelmed with excitement. He seemed unconscious of his hearers, as if, carried away by his recollections, he was mentally living over again the awful scene, passing once more through the frenzy of that terrible time. Then, after a few moments' silence, he pulled himself together and went on in a more normal tone. I determined to send the body to Felix, not only to satisfy my hate, but in the hope that his efforts to get rid of it would bring suspicion of the murder on him. Where, I wondered, could I get a receptacle in which to send it? And then it occurred to me that in the study adjoining was the cask that had just arrived with my statue. It was large, strongly made, and bound with iron. It would suit my purpose admirably. I crossed to the study and unpacked the group. Then, quite coolly, I carried the body in and placed it in the cask. The idea that I must divert suspicion from myself grew in my mind, and I therefore took off my wife's evening shoes as their presence would tend to show she had not left the house. I filled up the cask with sawdust, ramming it tight. The body being so much larger than the group, there was a lot of sawdust over. This I swept up with a clothes brush from the hall and put in a handbag, which I locked. Finally, I replaced the wooden top of the cask loosely as before, though still strongly enough not to come out if the cask was moved. When I had finished, no one would have suspected that anything had been tampered with. It was my intention to create the impression that my wife had gone away with Felix. To this end, two things appeared immediately necessary. Firstly, such of her outdoor clothes as she probably would have worn must disappear. I accordingly picked up the group and her shoes and went to her room. There I threw the shoes down carelessly before a chair, as if she had changed them. I took her fur coat, a hat, and a pair of walking shoes, and with the group carried them to my dressing room. The only place I could think of for hiding them was in a couple of empty portmanteaus, so I packed the group in one and the clothes in another, carefully locking both. The second point was to produce a letter purporting to be from my wife to myself, in which she would say she loved Felix and had gone away with him. I had not time to write one then, but for temporary purposes I put an old letter of my own into a new envelope, addressing it to myself as best I could in my wife's hand. This I left on my desk. I had already spent over 3/4 of an hour, and it was nearly 1. I took a final look round to see that nothing had been forgotten, and was just leaving the drawing room, when my eye caught a glint of light from the carpet immediately behind the chair in which my wife had died. I stepped over and saw it was a brooch which had evidently been torn from her dress during the struggle. I broke out into a cold sweat as I thought how nearly I had missed it, and realized that its discovery by someone else might have disproved my story and brought me to the scaffold. With no clear idea except to hide it, I put it in my waistcoat pocket, took my hat, and, letting myself out, drew the door sharply behind me. After strolling as far as the Champs-Élysées and back, I re-entered with my key. As I had hoped and intended, the shutting of the front door had been heard, and I found the butler obviously uneasy at my wife's disappearance. I endeavored to confirm his suspicions that she had gone away with Felix, and, as you know, completely succeeded. Most of that night I spent in my study working out my plans. There was first of all the cask. A cask had been sent me by Dupierre, and it was obvious I must return them an empty one against it, or I would give myself away. Where was this empty one to come from? It was clear to me that I must get a precisely similar cask to return, and the only way I could do so would be to order another group, in the hope that it would be sent packed in the same way. But obviously I could not have this group sent to me. The idea then occurred to me that I must write in some imaginary name, ordering the statue to be delivered at some place such as a station cloakroom, to be kept till called for. There I could get it without letting my identity become known. But this plan did not please me. I was afraid the police would be able to trace me. I thought over it again, and then I saw that if I ordered it in Felix's name, it would meet the case. It would account for his getting the cask I was sending him, and he would not be believed when he denied ordering it. But I couldn't give Felix's name and address, for then he might get both casks, and I would be as badly fixed as ever. Finally, I worked out the plan you know. I forged an order in Felix's hand for the companion group to my own to be sent to Felix at an imaginary address, made a tracing of it, left the letter in Dupierre's letter box on Monday night, telephoned them on Tuesday morning, ascertaining by what route and train they were sending the group, went to London, met it, and had it left in a shed there, all as you must have learnt. "A moment, please," interrupted Touche. "You are going a little too quickly for me. You say you made a tracing of your forged order for the companion group and left the letter in Dupierre's letter box. I don't quite understand that." "Oh, you hadn't found that out, had you? I will explain. I was in Paris, you see, when I forged the letter, but Dupierre must believe it came to him from London, or his suspicions would be aroused. I met the difficulty by sticking on the envelope a cancelled stamp from a letter I had received from London, copying the remainder of the postmark with a little lampblack. Then I went down to Grinnell, in the middle of Monday night, and dropped the letter into Dupierre's box. He would find it next morning all correct with its English stamp, cancelled in a London office. In spite of their loathing for this callous and cynical criminal, Touche and Mallet could not but be impressed by the cleverness of the trick. All the detective concerned had argued that, as the order for the statue had been received apparently from London on Tuesday, it must have been posted there on Monday, and that, as Felix was there and Boirac in Paris, the former must have posted it. But how simply they had been duped! Truly, thought the detectives with unwilling admiration, Boirac had deserved to succeed. But the tracing, persisted Touche. I thought that not only must Dupierre believe the letter came from London, but some definite proof that Felix had written it must be provided. I did it in this way. After I had written the letter, I made a careful tracing of it on a bit of tracing paper. As you probably know, I visited St. Malo when in London, and there, with Felix's pen and ink, I retraced over the writing and blotted it. This gave the impression. Again the hearers had to admit a rueful admiration for the ingenious ruse. The finding of the impression had seemed so conclusive, and it was only a trick. And what a simple trick, when you knew it! That is quite clear, thank you, said Touche. I met the cask in London and brought it to the shed, went on the manufacturer. There, after dismissing the carter, I opened the cask, took out the statue, packed it in a portmanteau I had with me, took the label off the cask and put it carefully in my pocket, replacing it with one addressed to Jacques de Belleville at the Gare du Nord. As you know, this Jacques de Belleville was myself. As you found Dubois, the carter, you will have learnt the method by which I exchanged the casks, sending that containing the body from my house to Felix, while the other, which I had emptied in London, went back to Dupierre. You understand that part of it? Perfectly. So much, then, for the getting of the body to Felix. But it was my desire not only to give him the shock of opening the cask and discovering it. I wished also to make the police suspicious so that he would be watched, and his attempts to get rid of the corpse discovered. In this case, I intended he should be charged with the murder, incidentally clearing me. To ensure this result, I set myself to construct such evidence as would weave a net round him from which he would be unable to escape. Gradually the details of my plan arranged themselves in my mind. First, it was necessary that I should really have the letter of farewell, the envelope of which I had prepared, and which I had pretended to find on going to my study. Collecting a number of specimens of my wife's handwriting from her Davenport, I forged the letter I showed to the French police. Putting it away for future use, I burnt the specimens to prevent them from being compared with forgery. The problem of getting Felix to meet the cask which I intended to send him, and while doing so to attract the attention of the police, then occupied my thoughts. After much consideration, I decided on the plan you know. It happened that some weeks previously I had been seated in the Café Toison d'Or, when a bad neuralgic headache had come on, and I had moved into an alcove to be as private as possible. While there, I had seen Felix come in and begin talking to a group of men. I had not made myself known, as I was in considerable pain, but I had overheard their conversation, and learnt the arrangement Felix and his friend Le Gautier had made about the lottery. This I now decided to use, and I drafted a letter to Felix, purporting to come from Le Gautier, mentioning the matter of the lottery, to make it seem genuine. I also drafted a slip about money I intended to send in the cask. The contents of this letter and slip you know. These I put away in my pocket-book, to be used later. The next evening, Monday, I pretended to unpack the cask. I brought the group I had taken out of it on the previous Saturday from the portmanteau, in which I had hidden it, and placed it on the table in my study. On the floor, about the cask, I sprinkled some of the sawdust from the handbag. By this maneuver I hoped, if suspicion arose, It will be argued that as the cask was not unpacked till Monday night, the body could not have been put into it on the night of the dinner. As you know, this ruse also succeeded. I also took the label off the cask and put it in my pocket. Opening the cask again, I put in £52 10 in English gold to correspond with my slip. I hoped that, if the police got hold of the cask, they would assume that Felix had put in this money in order to strengthen his story that the cask had been sent to him. I put in sovereigns instead of French gold with the intention of making this theory more likely, as I hoped it would be argued that Felix, in his agitation, had overreached himself and forgotten from what country the cask was supposed to be coming. Calling Francois, I told him I had unpacked the statue, and when Messieurs Dupierre sent for the cask, he was to give it to them. Then, informing him that I would be from home for a couple of nights, I left next morning by the early train for London. On the Monday, I had purchased a false beard and arranged to get myself up to resemble Felix, and I wore this disguise all the time till my return. I brought with me on the journey the portmanteau containing my wife's clothes, and, on board the boat, from a quiet place on the lower deck, slipped these articles overboard without being observed. On arrival in London, I arranged with carting firm to carry about the cask on the next 2 days, as you already know. I then went out to St. Malo, Felix's house, which I found after some judicious inquiries. A careful reconnoitre showed me it was unoccupied. I tried round the windows, and had the luck to find one unhasped. Opening it, I crept into the house and went to the study. There, by the light of an electric torch, I carefully inked over the tracing I had made of the forged letter ordering the cask, and blotted it on Felix's pad. This, I felt sure, would be found, and would seem to prove that he had written the order. I had foreseen that it would be argued that Felix must be innocent because, not only would he have no motive to murder my wife, but also he would naturally be the last man in the world to do such a thing. It was necessary for me, therefore, to provide a motive. For this purpose, I had written a letter purporting to be from a girl whom Felix had wronged. Having crumpled this letter, I put it into the side pocket of one of Felix's coats. I hoped this would be found, and that it would be argued that my wife had got hold of it, and that there had been a quarrel, which led to her death. Crumpling it was to suggest Felix had snatched it from her, thrust it into his pocket, and forgotten it. As I stood in the study, a further idea occurred to me. I had thought of a use for a brooch that had dropped from my wife's clothes. It had fallen just behind the chair she had been sitting in, and I thought if I placed it on the floor behind a chair in his room, it would suggest she had been murdered here. My eye fell on a chair with a low back, standing in front of a curtain, and I saw at once it would suit my purpose. I dropped the brooch behind it, and it caught on the braid at the bottom of the curtain. There it was hidden from casual inspection by the chair, but I knew the police would not overlook it. I withdrew without disturbing anything or leaving traces, closed the window, and returned to the city. Such was my plot, and, but for your cleverness, it would have succeeded. Is there any other point on which you are not clear? Only one, I think, answered Touche. You were heard to telephone on the Monday from the café at Charenton to your butler and chief clerk. They received their messages on the Tuesday from Calais. How did you manage that? Easily. I never telephoned on Monday at all. I slipped a tiny wooden wedge into the instrument to prevent the hook rising up when I lifted off the receiver. No call was therefore made on the exchange, though I went through the form of speaking. Any other point? I do not think so, returned Touche, who again could not but feel a kind of rueful admiration for this ingenious ruffian. Your statement has been very complete. It is not quite complete, Monsieur Boishac resumed. There are 2 more points of which I wish to speak. Read that. He took a letter from his pocket and handed it to Touche. Both men leaned a little forward to look. As they did so, there was a slight click and the light went out. What sounded like Boishac's chair was heard falling. "Hold the door!" yelled Latouche, springing to his feet and fumbling for his electric torch. Mallet leaped for the door, but, tripping over the chair, missed it. As Latouche flashed on his light, they could see it closing. There was a low, mocking laugh. Then the door slammed, and they heard the key turn in the lock. Latouche fired rapidly through the panels, but there was no sound from without. Then Mallet flung himself on the handle. But at his first touch it came off. The holes for the screws had been enlarged, so that they had no hold. The door opened inwards, and presented to the imprisoned men a smooth, unbroken surface, with nothing on which to pull. To push it towards the hall was impossible, as it shut solidly against the frame. Their only hope seemed to split it, but as they gazed at its solid oak timbers, this hope died. "The window!" cried Touche, and they swung round. The sashes opened readily, but outside were shutters of steel plate, closely fastened. Both men shoved and prized with all their might, but Boirac had done his work well. They were immovable. As they stood panting and baffled, Mallet's eyes caught the switch of the electric light. It was off. He clicked it on. Though no answering flood of light poured down, he noticed something that interested him. "Your torch, Latouche!" he cried, and then he saw what it was. Tied to the switch was a length of fisherman's gut. Practically invisible, it passed down the wall and through a tiny hole in the floor. Anyone pulling it from below would switch off the light. "I don't understand," said Latouche. "That means he had a confederate?" "No," cried Mallet, who had been looking about with the torch. "See here?" He pointed to the chair Boirac had occupied, and which now lay on its side on the floor. Fastened to the left arm was another end of gut, which also entered a hole in the floor. "I bet those are connected." Their curiosity temporarily overcame their fears. Latouche turned on the switch, and Mallet, pulling the gut at the arm of the chair, heard it click off again. "Ingenious devil!" he muttered. "It must go round pulleys under the floor, and now he has cut off the current at the meter." "Come on, Mallet," Latouche called. "Don't waste time. We must get out of this." Together they threw themselves on the door with all the weight of their shoulders. Again they tried, and again, but to no purpose. It was too strong. "What does it mean, do you think?" panted Mallet. "Gas, I expect. Perhaps charcoal. Any use shouting at the window?" "None. It's too closely shuttered, and it only opens into a courtyard." And then suddenly they perceived a faint odor which, in spite of their hardened nerves, turned their blood cold, and set them working with 10 times more furious energy at the door. It was a very slight smell of burning wood. "My God!" cried Mallet. "He set the house on fire!" It seemed impossible that any door could withstand so furious an onslaught. Had it opened outwards, hinges and lock must long since have given way, but the men could not make their strength tell. They worked till the sweat rolled in great drops down their foreheads. Meanwhile the smell increased. Smoke must be percolating into the room. "The torch here!" cried Latouche suddenly. Taking his pistol, he fired a number of shots on the bolt of the lock. "Don't use them all. How many have you?" "2 more." "Keep them." The lock seemed shuttered, but still the door held. The men's efforts were becoming frenzied, when Mallet had an idea. Along the farther wall of the room stood a heavy, old-fashioned sofa. "Let's use the couch as a battering ram." The room was now thick with smoke, biting and gripping the men's throats. Hampered by coughing and bad light, they could not work fast. But at last they got the couch across the room and planted end onto the door. Standing one at each side, they swung it back, and then with all their strength drove it against the timber. A second time they drove, and a third, till at the 4th blow there was a sound of splitting wood, and the job was done. Or so they thought. A moment later they found their mistake. The right bottom panel only was gone. "The left panel! Then the bar between!" Though the men worked feverishly, their operations took time. The smoke was now increasing rapidly. and then suddenly Latouche heard a terrible, ominous sound. Crackling was beginning somewhere not far off. "We haven't much time, Mallet," he gasped, as the sweat poured down his face. Desperately they drove the couch against the bar. Still it held. The terrible fear that the couch would come to pieces was in both their hearts. "The torch!" cried Mallet hoarsely. "Quick, or we're done!" Drawing his magazine pistol and holding it close to the door, he fired its full charge of 7 shots at the vertical bar. Latouche instantly grasped his idea and emptied his 2 remaining shots at the same place. The bar was thus perforated by a traverse line of 9 holes. There was a singing in the men's ears and a weight on their chests as, with the energy of despair, they literally hurled the heavy couch against the weakened bar. With a tearing sound, it gave way. They could get through. "You for it, Mallet! Quick!" yelled Latouche, as he staggered drunkenly back. But there was no answer. Through the swirling clouds, the detective could see his assistant lying motionless. That last, tremendous effort had finished him. Latouche's own head was swimming. He could no longer think connectedly. Half unconsciously, he pulled the other's arms to the hole. Then, passing through, he turned to draw his confrère out. But the terrible roaring was swelling in his ears. The weight on his chest was growing insupportable, and a black darkness was coming down over him like a pall. Insensible, he collapsed, half in and half out of the doorway. As he fell, there was a lurid flicker, and a little dancing flame leaped lightly from the floor. End of chapter 29, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, December 20, 2023. Chapter 30 of the Cask. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts. Conclusion. When Latouche's senses returned, he found himself lying in the open air, with Farol, his other assistant, bending over him. His first thought was for his companion in misfortune. "Mallet," he whispered feebly. "Safe," answered Farol. "We got him out just in time." "And Boirac?" "The police are after him." Latouche lay still. He was badly shaken, but the fresh air rapidly revived him, and he was soon able to sit up. "Where am I?" he asked presently. "Just round the corner from Boirac's. The firemen are at work." "Tell me about it." Farol's story was short. It seemed that Boirac had returned home that afternoon about 3. Shortly after, the detective had been surprised to observe a regular exodus of servants from the house. Cabs and taxis took away 2 men and 4 women, all with luggage. Lastly, about 4 o'clock, came François, also with luggage, and with him Boirac. François closed and locked the door, handing the key to his master. The 2 then shook hands and, stepping into separate vehicles, were driven away. It was evident the house was being closed for a considerable period. Farol, entering the taxi he kept in waiting, followed. They drove to the Gare Saint-Lazare, where the manufacturer dismissed his vehicle and entered the station. But instead of taking a ticket, he simply walked about the concourse and in a few minutes left by another door. Traveling by the metro, he reached Alma Station, walked down the avenue, and, with a hurried look round, re-entered the house. To Farol, it was obvious that something was in the wind. He withdrew to some distance and watched. His surprise at these strange proceedings was not lessened when he saw Latouche and Mallet drive up to the door and ring. He hurried forward to warn them, but before he could do so, the door opened and they disappeared within. Growing more and more anxious, Farol waited till, after a considerable time, he saw Boirac leave the house alone. Now certain that something was wrong, he decided he must let the manufacturer go while he telephoned his suspicions to the Sûreté. A car with some men was sent immediately, and they drove up to the door just as Farrell returned to it on foot. Smoke was beginning to issue from the upper windows, and one man was sent for the fire brigade, while others attempted to break into the house. In this they succeeded only after considerable trouble. Through the smoke they saw Latouche's body lying half in the hall and half in François' room. Only just in time they got the men out, the back of the hall being a sheet of flame before they reached the open air. "We better go to the Sûreté," said Latouche, who, by this time, had practically recovered. 20 minutes later, Monsieur Chauvet was in possession of the facts, and operations for the tracing of Boirac had begun. Latouche then confidently told the chief all that he had learnt about the mystery. Monsieur Chauvet was utterly astounded and chagrined beyond measure at the blunder he and his men had fallen into. "Clever devil!" he exclaimed. "He knew that nothing but the absolute truth would put you off your guard. But we'll get him, Monsieur Latouche. He can't get out of the city. By now every route will be barred." The chief's prophecy was fulfilled earlier than even he expected. Only an hour later they had news. Evidently believing himself secure in the destruction of the only two men who, so far as he was aware, knew enough to convict him, Boirac, after setting the house on fire, had gone openly to his club. A detective who went there to make inquiries found him calmly sitting smoking in the lounge. He had, it appeared, made a desperate effort to escape arrest, and attempted to shoot the officer. Then, seeing it was all up with him, he turned the revolver upon himself, and, before he could be stopped, shot himself through the head. So perished one of the most callous and cold-blooded criminals of the century. In a curious manner, Felix received his reparation. Heppenstall, who had learnt to respect and appreciate his client, engaged him to paint a portrait of his wife. While thus occupied, the artist made the acquaintance of the Casey's daughter. The two young people promptly fell in love. 6 months later they were quietly married, and, his bride, bringing a not inconsiderable dot, Felix drew up his appointment and moved to a new Saint-Malo on the sunny shores of the Mediterranean. Here he divided his attention between his young wife and the painting of that masterpiece which had so long remained an unattainable dream. End of Chapter 30, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, December 20, 2023. End of The Cask by Freeman Wills Crofts.